Okay.
Nar.
Let's pick back up on this fun mess. Who wants to do the recap?
Oh man. I'll start.
Okay.
We in our battle with Talai, I think actually this could be a very interesting debriefing. In the one of the darkest moments of dealing with Talai, a bunch of characters being pulled, into the waters, being attacked by, poor Froggy.
Yep.
Alaric died in the middle, having been entangled and being pulled into the dark waters. And Rose, having been controlled, influenced by Talai, ordering what remains of him to attack those threatening her. And from his limited firing angle, even unbound by her servants, he began to fire on Belle with new sorceress powers.
That's Alric's perspective. How about everybody else's?
Well, fighting Talai and a couple of her fish boys. We were making some progress at the beginning of the last session. But it was still not looking great. But we had Toad was back on their feet. Alric was alive, although we didn't really know what state. And but Talai was kind of staring down me and Rick. And we fought a lot of really lucky rolls against me. Oh well, for me, I guess. A lot of blur dodges, which was super nice. Some clutch moments, I think, from really everybody. After we broke Talai's concentration on Alric, so Alric was no longer controlled. However, he was kind of different. We got our allies after Toad had called in our allies. Zephyr came in. Gus was shooting across the way. We got out of there. After quite of a long battle, but then got back to the ship. As everyone had noticed, Alric was off, saying things that were just, giving people different names. Just felt really off. And then we had noticed that his tentacle was it looked a little bit more powerful, essentially. I think we ended with Rick advising us all to hit the showers and come back a little refreshed.
Absolutely. Anyone else have anything else to add?
Only importantly that Toad saved Belle, so...
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Which would be an interesting plot. Okay. All right. Do you know what? It was a hard fight. Everyone did great for role-playing. Everyone take inspiration.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
And let's jump into the conversation that Ali brought up earlier. It is nighttime. Are we taking a short rest or are we taking a long rest?
How urgent does the crew feel the Alric situation is? Right.
I think it's more urgent than being able to wait.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Personally.
everyone that is on the crew deck, on the main deck, that witness Auric's stripping down, and everyone that sees him is very wary. I guess is the best way to put that. They're unsure of what's going on. There is, I mean, you guys have only been on the ship for maybe 5 minutes, and rumors are already beginning to spread.
Yeah, and they've got to nip it in the bud.
All right, we also got to figure out what to do with this asteroid.
Yeah.
We did close down the entrance of it, right? Or did we?
I don't think
not
we
do
did.
that?
We talked about doing it.
Yeah.
Well, it seemed like they couldn't come out. Like, they all stopped at the entrance anyway.
True.
So I don't think they're going to attack us, but we should before we leave, yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Well, either way, let's we gotta have a secret officers meeting. Sans Alaric.
And right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Alaric, you make your way down to the showers.
Mhm.
Do you guys send anyone with Alaric?
Maybe like not to spy on him, but just like, well, I guess it would be to spy on him actually, to be honest with you. But like just at like Zephyr can follow him. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Zephyr is just casually keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, it's hard to be too private in the ship anyway. Right?
Exactly,
So it's
yeah.
Not like it's.
And Zephyr also got goopy, so he's got a good excuse there. So, okay. So,
Can we discuss things while we're short resting?
I will allow this, yes.
Okay. And I don't mean to kick Eugene out of the game.
I was just about to say that like Zephyr like on observation or like posting would find that like Alec has is enjoying like the very tactile senses, like experiencing them for new. It's just like, you know, changing the temperature and like feeling like a stream of like water or, you know, whatever, you know. I assumed so, but I don't know, you know, if there's a ship appreciated version of cleansing material. Maybe it's like lemon balm or something like that.
Purple
Instead
worm
of-
soap.
Oh yeah, we got that purple worm fat. I could see
Just
that.
enough toxin to destroy all the bacteria.
Yeah.
Nice numbing sensation on the body.
But it'd be like very much a moment of like Alec like unusually just like, or like far more enjoying like the tactile senses, and like instead of it just being like a short like cleansing like detox thing, like it would be like a very open like admiration of you know, of all the sensations.
Okay, we'll get to that. Is there anybody else that you want to add into the captain, the arbiter's helm room, I guess the captain's room, if you will,
Oh, good question.
in this conversation? I added
I
the
think-
ones I figured you guys would want, but you
Yeah.
can exclude or include as many as you like.
I don't think we need to add Krath to this. He's not like, even though he's part of the medical team, I guess he's not part of this particular conversation. I don't think.
Okay.
I can't think of anybody else. You want to get Mr. Blip on this one?
No, I think this is a good. We got Afni and Gus, security and Signy, maybe to help out with a little bit of a medical opinion.
Yeah, so you got the majority of your security team here, the ones who get off the ship on an emergency situation. There's others that can't, but these are the main ones that jump out.
Yeah, this is
Cooper's
the
key.
crew. This is the you know, when they're not the A team, but like
Yeah.
when there's an episode of like Star Trek, they got to bring one of those characters along. It's like these are the guys that they're not going to die, but you know, they might get in trouble or something.
Oh, you think they have plot armor? That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for reference, is Oak Blossom in this discussion?
I would say that she is, simply due to her proximity. She is normally passively hearing all the conversations in this room. Yeah. So yeah, she jumps in when she feels like it. But yeah, I would count her as part of this meeting, but that's just because she's right there. So
So do we add the 5 to HP, or is that temp HP?
HP.
Nice.
You get an extra 5. HP healed.
Oh boy.
What kind of snacks you making?
Oh, I think we still have so much purple worm meat left.
Oh, you know what? I in my inventory, I've got these chunks of cave mushrooms you made me carry around.
Yeah, I think I wanna like look at them first before I feed anybody them. So I think Toad very reluctantly pulls out like some bear jerky from Tobrev's kill.
Oh yeah. Do you want to take these cave chunks, by the way?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I don't know how I can transfer these to you. Can I do that? I can give to. I
Can
can.
you see her character sheet?
Boom.
Oh, is it just a right-click send to situation?
It was just like the settings. It didn't let me do it. It seems like give to character, Toad, and like when I click send, it doesn't do anything. It seems like, or unless you just got 2 things of cave mushroom chunks in your inventory now.
I don't.
Okay. Shame.
Rough, but I can make a note of it.
Yeah, and once you look at it, I'll tell you what it is. So,
I posted them in the chat there.
perfect. Yeah, you might be able to drag that onto your sheet.
It says hidden,
Yeah, it says hidden for me as well.
Oh, interesting.
and I can't like.
And I
unhide
can,
it.
yeah, I can't run. I can't do that either.
It's a secret.
Hold on. Let me see if I
Secret
can.
mushrooms.
I
These are
have
these
DM
are
powers.
the most
These are-
important mushrooms that you
Yeah.
ever collected.
I think I might have just added them to your sheet. Let me go to inventory.
I mean, all I did was create an item called the cave mushroom chunks. So if you just want to do that,
Yeah, I could just do that.
They're on your sheet
Yeah.
now. I
I'm
could
taking
drag
them
and
off my sheet.
yeah, I can drag and drop them onto yours, Toad.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm about to permanently delete them. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Oh, and there's actually another order of business I wanted to do as well. Rick is gonna pull out his fancy new sword, and he's gonna look at Val and he's gonna say, "All right, I guess now that we're in the safety of the ship, I want to see what happens when you take this sword." And he's gonna point the hilt at Val and see if he see what he sees, if he sees anything.
Just look at everybody else for like confirmation. Okay.
I'm pretty confident after the events of the day that it's not gonna like smite you or anything.
Okay. I mean, this sword. I mean, if the power that I felt from you was coming from this sword, it saved my life a couple times. So, yeah, I'll take it and I'll grasp for it.
Okay. As you grasp for it, all of you see a surge of light emit from the sword, similar to how when Rick held it. But then you see the runes flicker and then turn off. Valerian, what you see in your mind is a crossroads. You see a crossroads of, to your left, the light shining within you, helping those around you, and restoring the name and the legacy that you carry in a way that brings honor to your family and your name that it should have. You see the long line of lineage proudly sitting in their seats, ruling over others justly. And it makes you feel good. But you know that there's a second path. And you hesitate, but you look down it. And it sees you sitting on the same seats, but in a much darker shade. You are just as powerful, but those around you have plotting looks in their eyes. They have anger and rage at those that walk into your room, into your chambers. You rule with an iron fist, and while you continue to do what you do, the ends justify the means is the best example of this path. And while you succeed in your goals, maybe those that were with you along the way didn't get to be with you in the end.
Jesus.
And then
Yeah.
the sword themselves seem to... It's almost a warning. And it is a tentative bond that you are not you don't feel like this sword is worthy in your hands, but you don't feel unworthy in your hands.
I think Valerian will kind of he's almost stuck in the position as when he grabs it, and just kind of, oh, okay. Remind me, what did you see, Rick? As he's handing it back to you.
No, I was like sort of a vision of me, well, not even necessarily of me, but of all the past holders of the weapon, sort of leading the way, fighting against the tide of darkness, things like that.
Huh. It showed me two paths. One of, of a good outcome and one of a bad outcome. It seems like of ultimately my fate. I don't know. I don't know what it means, but definitely appears that sword is better in your hands than mine.
Well, to be honest, it's not very good in my hands at the moment. I might need your help as far as that goes.
Okay, yeah, I can show you some things. I think be nice to kind of go back to the old days, back to the training days. What fun days those were.
Yeah, that'll be something. But the information you've told me, and based on what Toda said as well, I think maybe we can use this sword to help Alaric out a little bit.
Oh.
Because, let's get the elephant in the room. Not Tobrov. The other elephant in the room out of the way. Yeah, Alaric's not himself right now. All right? I think we're all in agreement as far as that goes.
Absolutely.
So, we need to get him back to his normal self. And, I don't want to hurt him, right? But that tentacle he's gotten is definitely messing him up at this point, right? Any disagreements as far as that goes?
I'd go even further to say that the tentacle has to be removed.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, though, because it's like, it's in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be harder today than it was yesterday, but it's going to be harder tomorrow than it is today, so...
What if
This is my theory, and I think we might be in agreement of this, but I think that Alaric is kind of lost the fight for his consciousness, and the tentacles puppeting Alaric, using what memories and thoughts it has of our current situation, to mimic. At least that's my thought, my theory.
Or the two have just become so intertwined that Alric's, lost sight of himself completely.
That's weird. He still sees us as maybe not friends, but allies. He seems to recall us. It's odd that he doesn't have a recollection of Belle, though. I'm worried that we're certainly not in a position to try to remove it from him right now. I think that, Rick, if anything, you're the only person who could potentially keep him alive to extract it. And
yeah.
In previous tests, even, affecting it a little seemed to cause great damage and pain to Alaric, and we don't want that. We don't... is it better to accept him as he is than it is for him to die?
That's a good question. And I wonder if you ask Alaric from before he got that tentacle, if he could see how he is now, what he'd want for himself. But we don't have that luxury. And I think we have to have some hope that as this thing has progressed, maybe we can force it to regress in some way.
You're talking about getting him control, not removing, but control over the tentacle permanently in some way?
Yeah, you're gaining some level of control over it, because, we all kind of thought it was weird when he got that thing in the first place, but at the time didn't seem to be causing any issues, right?
Right.
So if he can return to that state, and then maybe he can force it to become dormant, then we can talk about a permanent removal at that point. As it is now, I don't see a way we can take the tentacle out without also kind of taking him out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you're very clearly the expert here, so.
I'm no expert on this one, my friend. This is new to me.
Chief Gus, who's been quiet this whole time, looks at you, Rick. Doc, how confident are you that you can eliminate the aberration in our fellow officer's body, that there's enough of our fellow officer left? I don't mean to sound pessimistic here, but we need to look at this realistically. As it stands, he is a security threat to this ship, if what you are saying is true. Now, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but as your chief security officer, I have to voice my concerns here and now that if there is nothing left of my officer here, what are we keeping him around for? I hate to say it, but I feel like it needs to be discussed.
Oh.
So, Gus, let me just understand. What are you saying exactly? Are you saying
Boss, we have fought aberrations for 2 months now. And you're telling me you want to just leave one on the ship to walk around willing?
No,
I have serious
actually,
concerns.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it is actually a security risk, and if honestly we can't improve the situation here, I would have to be strongly persuaded against tying Alric up.
Well, to your point, Gus, your concerns are not without any merit, of course. We've seen what happened to the Reavers, right? They became mindless,
Right.
Devoted. But Ulrich's not there yet. He's still him for now. And that's why we have some hope that we can maybe reverse this. Because ultimately, these aberrations, they are, to a degree at least, psychic in nature. If he can overwhelm it and restore his psyche, then we won't have to take any drastic measures. But the negative outcome here is, I mean, I think you're well aware of it. I think we're all well aware of it. It's bad. So the sooner we act, the better.
On that, you and I can agree, Doc. I just wanted my concerns noted sooner rather than later. I'd hate to be the one to sit here. Well, we wouldn't be sitting here saying I told you so.
Right now, we got someone looking over him. So, and he doesn't seem to have any ill will towards us. You know, it's not like he's going around, you know, hurting anybody. So for now, at least, things are at a stalemate, I guess we could say. But we're gonna try to get a plan put together right in this room right now.
Liva pipes up behind you. That we can see. You just said he's psychic. The aberrations are psychic. What if he's psychically influencing those on this ship? I mean, which one of us can detect if something like that happens? We can barely tell with him.
I think we're making a lot of assumptions about Alaric's state right now. We simply don't have enough information. I think your concerns are all valid, but we don't know what we're dealing with. This just happened. You know, I think we need more information. I don't think we need to act hastily. And I will take watch if that's what's required of Alaric. I, simply don't need to rest very often, and I can post up outside his room if that's what's necessary to make the crew feel safe.
Signy nods in agreement with your statement, too.
I think there's just as much of a possibility that Alaric can now call a fleet of aberrations to us as there is that he has simply amnesia. We just don't know, right? Most likely it's somewhere in between, but I think our first plan of action is maybe to distance ourselves from this asteroid, before I know Alric reached out with utilizing his tentacle, maybe to talk to Talai, perhaps, but something in the asteroid. So maybe that's influencing him in some sorts.
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to put some distance between us and Talai.
Right.
I vote in favor of blowing that asteroid half to Kingdom Come, but I know we're low on rounds afterwards. But
Yeah,
I
it would take
strongly
quite a
agree
while.
with leaving at the bare minimum. But also, are we just going to leave them there? I feel a bit nervous about leaving this threat so close to our assets in the Ring of Sybaris.
I mean, I'm 100% with you as far as that goes. It's an unfortunate situation. I mean, but I don't know that we have the manpower to, I mean, that's a den of many tentacled beings in there, and you saw how bad off we were. Even if we launched a full-scale raid, I don't know that we'd be able to clear out the whole place if Talai knows we're coming. So for now, we gotta lock it down.
I agree, we've taken their ships. But who's to say they can't build another one? We don't know what's all in there, right? You said it yourselves, you didn't explore the entire asteroid.
That's right.
It's concerning.
Yeah, I think this gets taken care of sooner rather than later. Definitely later, as of right now, but we can't let it fester. We can't give them a chance to get their full force back. I agree with that.
Perhaps we tow the Red Saber back to Zarantir and then make decisions there.
I'm sure the Gith will be interested in this discovery of ours.
Oh, you're just making me work again, aren't you? That thing looks heavy as hell.
Well, I'll try to help Oakbot.
You
I'll
better.
do my best.
I'm not doing this myself.
In the meantime, any way we can just blow up the entrance, cause a cave in. At the very least, that'll slow them down a little bit.
We've got the rounds for that.
Yeah, I think a good shot right to the entrance will cave it in.
Take out the dock, take out whatever hole they're gonna crawl out of, and
right.
And for now, we can leave it at that, and we'll come back when we're more well reinforced, I should say.
I'll let the weapons crew know before we depart.
Okay, so the big issue here then, unless there's something else, what do we do with Alric? How do we help them? Do we just do one thing at a time? Go away from the asteroid and then see what happens, or do we try to put him down on a surgery bed and do some exploratory surgery? I don't know how this stuff works, but we have to address it.
If I may, Daphne will chime in. If we want to get to the truth of the matter, there are spells that can do that.
Okay. What do you have in mind?
Daphne prepared the spell known as Zone of Truth. He just puts forward that information. That's all he's adding to the conversation.
Perhaps there does start with a conversation. I'm confused about Alaric's current state. He seemed to be in favor of destroying the asteroid, which makes me reluctant to believe he's in, cahoots with Talai. But he doesn't recognize, Belle, who's been his companion for a long time. And obviously there's the visual distinctions, but otherwise he seems to have some knowledge of us and is friendly, so maybe we talk to him first.
I'm a doctor, but I'm a priest first, and I do believe there's a lot of power in words. I'm hoping that if we get some distance between us and Talai and then sit down and talk to him, we can help him wrestle back some control over this thing inside of him. And then from there, with his cooperation, figure out what to do next.
I for sure would have pulled Belle out of the bag of holding.
Yeah. Pulling Belle out of the bag of holding. The dragon shard that powers Belle seems to be losing energy.
No.
No.
Alric, how would you describe this connection? Your homunculus attached to you. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but
Yeah, no, it's fun. I think it's like if there's if the dragon shard blinks like a Morse code or like a signal with its with its lower power, perhaps it'd be like an indication of changed permissions, like a Bluetooth connection that's no longer recognized.
That's kind of what you're interpreting from that code by looking at, and everyone can see that in here.
Okay.
Okay, seems like we need to be acting sooner rather than later, huh?
Do you think Mr. Blip could fix Belle in the meantime?
At least extend their batteries as long as it has, so we can get Alaric's connection back up, is what it seems it's missing.
Should we call Alaric up here and have him join the conversation?
I don't want to do it near the helm. Maybe we go to the examining room. We're talking about doing a medical exam on him already, so we all go down there.
Okay. I would call. You guys don't have a standing medical room. You had like a quarantine zone that was like in the middle of the crew deck. That you set up. You can have the crew assemble a quick like quarantine zone in the middle of this common area here. If you guys like to do that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Trying to find
Or
a more
even
fitting
just like a
place.
bedroom, right?
You could do it in a bedroom too. Your space is just limited.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to do
It
that?
doesn't seem like there's a better spot, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We could also, I guess, just bring him back up here.
Oh, could we
Yeah.
maybe, if we need like privacy or space, is that, or are we afraid of like Alaric hurting somebody?
Not necessarily hurting somebody, but definitely panicking. If there's rumors spreading already, we don't want them to cannibalize themselves, basically.
We could potentially, if we need, we could go to the Red Saber.
Oh yeah.
That's an idea. I think that's great.
I second that. I think that's a great idea. If you're going to confront this issue, maybe not do it on the ship. Good idea, Toad. That's thinking like the security officer.
Yeah, we should also put into place our plans for the asteroid and get moving out of the system to Saranthia.
Yeah, let's do that now. Let's kind of break here. Let's get a team. I'll get a team. I'll take care of the entrance to the asteroid. We'll see if we can line up perfectly to dismantle it with a cannon shot. Let's yeah, if you guys want to round up Alaric, get them ready and get to the Red Saber. I think let's enact this.
Yeah, let's keep the crew busy, and then we can talk to Alaric on the Red Saber in private.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys intend to blow up the hole in the dungeon, attach the Red Saber to tow the Red Saber out to range. I'm assuming you guys want to go, I don't know, a couple 100 feet away from the asteroid, because you can't pilot and do this at the same time if everyone wants to be involved, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right. We will... Chief Gus gets the crew mobilized to get ready to depart. They fire the shots. They have time and can aim. They're able to expend just a handful of rounds of the cannon as you all are moving around and getting positioned, you hear the boom of the cannon. Everyone's a little bit nervous walking around. And you all position yourselves on the red saber as you are out from a distance. So, who from the security team is going to be present on the red saber during this confrontation?
At least Ethne,
Okay.
I think, would make sense, right?
Yeah, I think Ethne.
I would
And-
like Zephyr to be
Yeah,
here, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ethne, Zephyr. All right.
And I think we need to keep this as like private as possible.
Small, yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Gus, but like I think Gus can't really add. Is gonna be more antagonistic than helpful. I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
And we
as far
need
as
someone to kind of take care of the Dragonhawk anyway.
Okay. So Zephyr
Can
and
we-
Ethne will accompany you. Go ahead, Toad.
While all that was happening in the meantime, I think Toad does take Belle down to Mr. Blip
Okay.
and ask them to look at Belle and see if there's anything they can do.
I can't say that I'm very proficient in these types of creations, but I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
Come back and see me in an hour, and I'll have an update.
Of course. I will leave Cooper here with you, and if you I can check in, and
Oh, that's rather kind of you. Some companionship is always appreciated.
also Cooper is really cute, and so,
Agreed. I shall take them under my wing.
Do you think I should add a mustache to Cooper, Mr. Blip?
I would never say no to a proposition like that. If I have some time after I examine, what is the name of this device, Bell? After I finish my time with Bell, I shall begin fashioning a proper fit for Cooper's station.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome.
Okay, then Toad joins everyone else.
Right, so Bell is with Mr. Blip as well as Cooper. Pull that out. Right. Got it. We'll put Cooper hanging out right there as he's working on Bell. We'll see what that comes what may. All right. Who else on the red saber? Anyone else? You guys can tab over to it. You guys can see what we're looking at here.
Mhm.
I think this is good.
Yeah, I think smaller the better. So the little small group right here.
Okay.
What are we telling Alaric? Why is he coming on the red saber?
Maybe to a continuation of our medical exam.
Or we could be honest with him.
Mm.
Let me do this in character voice. Maybe we should just tell Alaric that we're worried about him and we want to talk to him about his condition and just clear the air as far as that goes. Because being all secretive about this is kind of making me feel skeevy.
I agree. I don't get the impression that he's antagonistic towards us. So I don't know why he wouldn't be agreeable to have a conversation.
Okay.
Okay. You pass that message along a runner of the crew to Zephyr. Zephyr communicates while we'll pan the camera over to Alaric and Zephyr. Zephyr will approach you after you're done examining your body.
Yeah, Alaric is like using Mage Hand to like squeeze like water from his hair. What is it?
Interesting application of that spell. Never thought about that. It seems that your companions are concerned about the situation that occurred on the asteroid, and they want to continue your medical examination and discuss what happened more with you on the Red Saber.
I didn't realize they had discovered such facilities on that ship.
I think it's a matter of protecting the crew. Similarly to when you all quarantined on Eberron. I think it's just a precautionary measure.
Wow, nice one, Zephyr.
I appreciate the straightforward communication. Lead on.
And Zephyr and Alaric will come up. And the rest of you see Auric. I'm assuming you're not wearing any armor?
No.
Still in your casual clothes?
I want to say he would have been like provided clothes. Like maybe he's like wearing his like office the uniform
Mm-hmm.
of appropriate to their rank.
Okay.
Or his rank. Yeah.
Your Ondarian officer mage right uniform, which is in relatively good shape because you don't wear it often. It's almost this one's a little bit more formal wear. So as the rest of you see Auric coming up, you guys set up however you want on the ship, and if you want Zephyr Efni to get involved at any point, you just let us know.
All right, Ulrich, it's time for your intervention.
One. It's like, what am I stopping?
Well,
I hurt you.
I think we're all very worried about you at the moment and your mental state, because you have very recently started acting quite different from your normal self. And I wonder how that statement strikes you.
I have begun acting differently. It's an entirely new perspective on life. To be freed of the structural conclusions of engineering.
What does that mean exactly, Auric?
It was like the whole battle with Talai, their followers and their servants broke me from a shell. There's like a hesitation, like quite honestly, I don't know if it's appropriate that I am called Alaric. I remember being Alaric. I know that for a fact. I recall all of his memories, but I feel very different. But I don't think we want to engage in a conversation about identity philosophy at this moment.
When Auric says his memories, Valeria will shoot a glance at Auric.
Well, actually, Ulrich, I think we do want to engage in a little bit of philosophical banter here, because that's kind of the chief concern of ours at the moment, is who you are at this point in time. Do you really not identify as Ulrich anymore?
Yeah, there's a broad smile, and it's like, oh, he gets an opportunity to pontificate. It's like, well, is the man the same? Is the man the same person as the child? He recalls being a child. The child knows nothing of the man they're going to become. A man walks into a river, steps into it, and steps out, steps into it again. The river, is it the same? Is it the same rushing waters? Is the man the same, having gained new experience?
Oh, okay, Alaric, that was a lot of words that maybe Rick knows more, but I'm struggling. Okay, so a couple things. Do you consent to Efni using Zone of Truth for this conversation? Do we all consent to do the same?
There's a slight nod. There's a pause before a nod, and then you see them twisting his ring off, and it's like, Zephyr, would you mind holding on to this for me?
Certainly.
Thank you.
And which ring is this?
This is the Ring of Mind Shielding.
Got it.
Oh no.
And then I think Toad will also, will say, also, I'm going to use my staff just to do a little check to make sure that we're alone and not disturbed by people we don't want here, potentially. And then I'm going to use 2 charges of my staff, and I'm going to cast I'm going to try to detect the presence of aberrations and whatnot.
Okay. Well, Alric, what is Toad sense?
I think like Alec lights up. Just within Toad's detection, like is it
Aberration
is
detected.
is it like how would it appear? Like
how would
a sensation or like a visual thing? What does the notion of an aberration mean in like the senses of a Warforged?
So it says that the bells ring on the staff when a presence is detected, and I imagine that it's just like different bells, it's like different sounds, and so this is maybe like a deep bell sound that chimes from Toad's staff.
Gotcha. Yes, then the bell will begin to ring, but I think it has. There were like cranium rats on the ship as well, right? That was what he had detected earlier.
Yeah, for the most part, but I don't recall if you guys eliminated all of them off the ship or not.
I don't think we eliminated any of them.
You may not have. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to say that there's like a large like ring out from the bell, and then several like smaller reverberations.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay, so Alaric, are you? Oh, I guess maybe first we should zone of truth.
Ethne, hit that shit.
Ethne will plant his sword into the wood, and will begin to move his hands in almost like a wizardy casting motion, and then the cherry blossoms in his hair begin to fly around in a circle and form a zone of about 15 feet in the area here. So everyone here is now under the effects of the Zone of Truth spell. Let me go ahead and reveal this to everyone. You may choose to fail the charisma saving throw. But everyone here is currently under the Zone of Truth spell, as cherry blossoms kind of slowly flitter around the outskirts of this ring.
I would like to automatically fail. I would willingly like to fail, but I would also like to see the charisma saving throw.
Okay. Go for it.
If that's okay. Like,
Yeah,
would
fine.
you prefer that that's private or public?
Do that privately.
Okay.
Toad's gonna opt to fail.
Okay.
I will opt to fail.
Same here.
Okay. So the 3 of them have opted to fail. Alaric, you choose to fail. You can see the throw. And Ethne will confirm that all present have either voluntarily or have failed the throw. Ethne says that everyone in this zone speaks of truth.
Okay. I just have one question, and then I'll pass it to perhaps Rick or Valerian. But Alaric, are you aware that you are at least I don't know if you're infected with, or there's certainly aberration inside of you. It seems like your connection to the whip has grown or changed. What do you know of that? Are you aware of that?
I am aware. There's no longer a whip. There's no longer a tentacle. It is me. there's a look at like his like hands and fingers. It's like, there's, I couldn't tell you, give you an exact estimate of the mass that has changed, but the experience and sensations of the whip now extend entire.
Well, Rick, just gonna be upfront with you about this. We're all here because we think that the changes you've undergone are bad for you, and we want to reverse them.
You'll a step back, turn to status quo.
It's ultimately, though, your decision, and so perhaps that's why we're here. If you can convince us that it's better to leave you as you are, then we will, and we'll move on. If there's some irreconcilable differences between us, we'll figure that out, but you might be leaving the crew. And if you agree that things might need to change, we will help you, and we want to help you at our current moment.
I can see how our goals now align. I was provided a mandate with which to, protect those Alaric cared for, those he protected. And if you wish to return to the person and the circumstances of before, I could help you with his recovery. And he points to the ring in Zephyr's palm, or however she's holding it.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding it in his palm and he opens it up, and you guys see he's just holding the ring of mind shielding, and he's looking at you questioningly. What do you mean by this?
Well, a choice was made in these dire circumstances when confronting the organism, the creature we know as Talai. And in return for the opportunity to return to the fight and do more to protect those that remain, a life was exchanged, but the soul wasn't lost. It was simply, those bearing that ring are taken, are crystallized within that ring.
Oh, Ulrich, you didn't.
He died? Should he have died instead, Ricker?
Rick's gonna grab the ring.
Yep,
I think.
Zephyr will hand it to you. Do you put it on?
I want to look. I want to inspect it.
Okay.
Do I see anything like in the ring itself, or like is it glowing? Do I feel anything in my hand?
I would say that it looked like how it did before, but maybe the gem in the middle may be glowing with energy that wasn't present before.
Hmm.
Do you
And
put it
what do I
on?
know about these rings? before I do anything?
Remind me, Eugene, did you guys recover that ring in a loot drop, or had you always had that ring?
That was a loot drop.
Yeah, I would say that most of you in examining loot would understand the basics of the Mind Shielding Ring. There's an additional piece of it that no one really bothered to care about, but now that you're looking at it, and it seems pertinent to the conversation, you would understand that these rings... can you post the Ring of Mind Shielding for me?
Yeah. Do you want to post it in Foundry or in the channel?
Post it in Foundry, please.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so
So
sorry. We've been calling you Alaric, but it seems, and you've made it clear that that's not who you are. How should we address you for the rest of the conversation?
For distinction's sake, I am similar enough. Altaic is the name that rings true.
can you spell that real quick?
It's hover over his name. I've already changed it.
Oh boy. Oh
I
boy.
don't want that. Do not
Oh.
love that.
So Rick's looking at this ring. Does he understand what's going to happen? Like, he understands that if he puts this ring on, like, he'll be able to talk to Alric, right?
You remember that may have been a feature of this, so if
You're
that
right.
is the case, you can try it now.
I think Rick's actually gonna look at this and be like, I can't do this. Toad, here, I'm just gonna hand the ring to Toad.
Yeah, Toad slips the ring on. Probably their pinky finger, because I imagine it's pretty small compared to.
Well, it's a magical ring, so it resizes to fit anywhere. There's a quick arcane hum, and it's a pretty common sensation. There's a quick hum, and then it resizes to fit comfortably and snugly on your finger.
So ugly. Do I just think it? So I think Toad thinks to try to speak to something in the ring.
What do you say?
Alaric?
What does Alaric say?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how this communication would go, of like what it is like for an encased soul that hasn't passed on to communicate. And I have this like notion of like it sounding like, like I'm thinking of like echo from like Greek mythology, where like you hear, like you ask Alaric and you hear like an agreement of like Alaric.
Oh. Out loud, I think Toad says, I think he's in there. What should I, Toad says, in their mind, are you okay?
There's like a pause and it's like, okay.
I got Belle. Belle's okay.
Okay.
Alaric says he's okay.
So, you said Altaic, is that right?
Yes.
So what was the deal here? What was given in exchange?
Well, as his death was imminent, his contingency offering was made to rise again with the power to aid those he cared for, continue his mission, his legacy.
So to be very clear, the deal was you pilot his body.
And there's a pause, like, pilot his body. It's like, I took his shape. I took his form.
Right?
What? I'll take. It seems you have Alaric's memories, and you at least know who we are and our mission. Would you say that's correct?
Yes.
What do you want to do? It seems you are a new creature. In your Alaric does it all the time, and in your like babbling, you mentioned something about like, being reborn almost. What do you want?
I have a directive to protect you, to aid you. And wearing this form, it's comes with the responsibilities of a mage, right? As an officer of the crew of the Dragonhawk.
Is Alric's body like a lot? Like, does it look like he's alive? Like, is he breathing?
Yes. He is not undead. Altaic is not an undead creature. Right? You can take that away to explain more if you wish to do so.
I mentioned that our goals were aligned. I'm to aid you, and you wish to recover Alaric, but as he is a soul and much without a body, I could help you to recover this.
Okay.
A new body, not this body that you're in.
If that ends up being the decision, but I could see Alaric, being imbued within this form as well. But I imagine that you might want them to not come with so much of the investitures bestowed upon me.
In a way.
You're saying, in other words, that we can, you can undo this pact to a degree?
There's a pause. Like, no, the agreement was very straightforward, and the resources have been expended there. But we have a soul. I can provide a connection to it. Perhaps to a new form, or to this, though I imagine you'd have concerns there.
Yeah, some concerns.
How would that work if you were... would you share the same form?
I don't know. But I would so dearly love to find out together.
How was it before? You kind of shared the same form in a way.
Like a tone that rang more true or loudly. That was the beginning of our relationship. Thoughts that would ring more true or resonate with his soul. And the more we began to attune to one another, the more we shared our thoughts. Though there are some exploratory measures that he seemed to reject. I don't know which ones they were now.
Okay, well, we need to get back to that state. As I know that you've had an agreement with Alric, but this is his body, and if you can be of an ally, as is your directive, this is what we need.
Agreed.
So how do you make the connection with Alric?
I am his contingency. I am his last connection to the living world. I don't have such a I don't have such a plan, a recipe, a blueprint drawn up. But I imagine that recovering him without me would prove far more difficult. I don't know what a soul is without its body or memories.
So, okay, if I understand, you could potentially help us get Alaric's soul out of this ugly ring and back into his body, that you would then figure out some roommate situation with him, but that will take time. And you're saying that we could potentially maybe do it without you, but that we should not kill you so that you could help us. I'm not saying we want to kill you, but...
Don't answer that. I got a baby break real quick.
Okay.
Ponder that question, I'll take.
Ponder that quandary.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Arthur.
Hi, Arthur.
Did you have fun today?
Yeah.
Did you play with your volcano today?
Yeah, we play behind it. And you then we play behind it. We hear that.
Yep. Did you play Kingdom Hearts
Wow.
today?
Cool.
Do you know how to fly?
I'm hiding in heaven. You're going bright.
Yeah, you can fly through the sky now.
Everything's sleeping.
Happy Thanksgiving.
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 All right, say goodnight to
Good
everybody.
night, everyone.
Good night.
Hop down. Give me a hug and a kiss. Mwah. Night, sweet boy. Okay. Come back to that question. Whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, I think just, again, it was like, you know, you can't do it right now. You might do it later. We could maybe do it without you, but it'd be harder. So you want us to not harm you so that you can help us maybe eventually one day get Alaric back.
Yeah, I think on a surface level, you know, I'll take agrees, but I think he wants to think more deeply of like seeing if there are facilities or like locations or resources he or Alaric knew of that could like
Okay.
or historically have extracted him.
So,
My first thought would be like within the Decanith, like is like has there been like thoughts of like the Warforged? Have they ever like transposed the minds of like, you know, Warforged between themselves?
yeah, so this is going to be a history check with an adversity modifier because you're attempting to dig through Alaric's old memories. We'll do that one separately, and then we'll do a different one for Altaic.
Okay. History, and then the adversity is a 1d6. It is a bonus or a.
It adds to the DC.
Gotcha.
Yep, it makes it harder.
Ooh.
So, in digging through Alaric's...
Maybe I should read. His history is +5. It is, so it would be 14.
Okay, so 14. Digging through Alaric's memories is difficult that far back. There may be something there, but because you were not with Alaric during the creationary phases of Warforged, those memories are fuzzy and lost. You remember that he had some experience, but he doesn't remember the process. But you may be able to get something from the Decanith people. You can reasonably come to a conclusion that you might be able to pry those secrets free, should they trust you with that knowledge.
Okay. And then Altaic makes a history check of his own.
Yeah, you can do that history check of your own without the adversity modifier.
Gotcha. Nope. Yeah, I'll take. Looks as like. Perhaps Alaric had a more broad swath of resources or direction available to him. Something within House Decanith. Some feat of engineering, or artifice that could, that he felt could reliably restore him. I contend that as we move forward, that we can find the powers to breach the soul, body, and mind.
So, just to be, again, clear, you're saying down the road we might find a way to fix this?
Already I have the powers to touch your minds, to communicate. What is a transfer of a mind aside from communication? But speaking more practically, as you would prefer, I think that the resources we need will be made evident as we adventure. Perhaps our path will become more clear. And already I have the means to communicate telepathically. Perhaps as I gain in power, I can control that and harness that which is Alaric from the ring, and contain it within myself or another form.
Okay. Here's
Rick?
the issue I have. Go ahead.
Rick, speaking of another form prompts in your mind, maybe something of note to you in your past. If you'd like, you can make a history check.
I would.
Actually, let's make it a.
Oh,
We'll call it a
That's a critical test, so I mean,
No matter what you do.
Yeah, regardless, it's an ultimate success.
Yeah.
In your time with House Tarasco, there was conversations about rumors and legends of more powerful spells than 5th level, right? You were a man of the cloth that dove into the history of the religious world that is House Tarasco. You sought knowledge, good or bad. And there are legends of a spell that can resurrect a body and call the soul back to it. Very high level spell, but it was hinted at in the texts of House Tarasco.
yeah. I'm gonna keep that too close to my chest.
Okay.
Altaic.
Yes?
You keep saying you have a directive to protect us all, and who is that directive from?
Alaric.
I see. So, is Alaric? What he gave you a directive, but what assurances do we have that you will follow it? Speaking candidly, you are your own being. Unless you simply cannot make decisions to harm us.
There's a pause. It's like having his memories and being intrinsically linked to my own. I have felt the agreement, the resonance of truth between at the moment this pledge was made. Perhaps you can trust that Alaric had no intention of unleashing a security vulnerability upon his crew, or that I, imbued with what remains of his mind, am bound by the same decisions he had moving forward. I can also give you my assurance. I have no intention of harming you, of fomenting unrest, of misleading you.
It's at this point Ethne senses some deception, but it is not a lie. He can't make heads or tails of it, but that question was... It was a mixed reaction.
Okay. Rick is gonna approach Altaik. Okay, so this isn't going how I thought it would go, to be honest with you. These are some pretty, I guess, revelatory pronouncements we're making here, but I want to try something out. Can you grab onto the sword, and I'm gonna give him the sword of the Perrons.
Okay. I think this conversation needs to be in the Chamber of Secrets. But I will describe to you all what it appears as.
Okay.
The sword, which has been glowing runes, drops to hard black in Altaic's hands. But for just the briefest of moments, for one brief moment, there's a small flash of light. And let me take Eugene to the Chamber of Secrets.
Ooh. Hello. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Do-do-do. All right, back.
Yeah, we had our own conversations while you were
Yeah, in our own Chamber of Secrets.
Perfect.
Fun fact,
Perfect.
y'all's conversation will be recorded. So it's
Yeah,
going to be on the
that's
YouTube
funny.
thing.
Let's see. So in my mind, the way the sword turns black, is it like a full gradient, or is it also like the
It's
the change of like the aberration and like tendrils.
It's more so the runes going dark. It's less of the sword converting itself in its form. It has shown no signs of converting its form to anyone. However, the runes go pitch black, as if they're off and like all light has been seeped from them. And then for the briefest flash, there's a small blue glow of the runes.
Interesting. Is that sort of reaction like something that Altaic would be familiar with? Like, is it an indicator of the kind of either kind of magic or material?
You can do a history check for Altaic.
Okay. Ooh.
Back to the Chamber of Secrets. I promise I won't do this a lot, guys.
Okay. Oh god, I all right, we're back.
Unless you want to just, yeah, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Is there a name for this material, or? Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Alright, let's return. Got it. Okay.
Oh.
The runes go dark on this sword as Altaic grasps it. It feels like, I think, like, just from like an outside perspective, it doesn't look like it's like balanced in his hand. Like, he's not holding it like someone comfortable. With wielding a sword, but like it feels even like the weight of that sword is wrong for him.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of blinks as he does so. It's like, my, such vision in a sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting, right?
What did you see?
I saw change. I see the possibility of all of our efforts, of all of us possibly embracing it. A small chance, but also the notion that there is another whose power we could align ourselves with.
Altaic, roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Ooh.
Roll me a 1d8. You suffer 8 psychic damage.
Oof.
He speaks truth, though.
Yeah, there's a sting, a shiver running down. That cost me.
Oh. Sorry, never did that before with any of the rest of us. I'll take the sword back.
Okay.
All right, Altaic. You're a difficult kind of being to trust. I gotta tell you. You're new to us. We miss our friend. And this whole situation is really quite beyond what we thought it was going to be. let's open up the room for discussion on this. How about how are we all feeling about Altaic, huh?
Here's my issue, Altic. The deal that was made in Alric's, as you say, final moments, it was something you reached out to him for help, but to help him? How was this deal made? Because from my perspective, it looks like you took advantage of a desperate person, and here you stand and kind of gesture to the ring. There he is. So instead of you being the weapon, he is now your tool. And you say that you have a directive from Alric. I understand that. I trust the love of my life. However, you're not Alric, and you have no. I don't know you. I have no allegiance to you. I have no loyalty to you. I have loyalty to the skin that you wear, but that's it. As far as I'm concerned, you're more of an enemy than you are an ally.
Interesting. You think it was this lifeline? You think instead was a chain?
I think you've done it before. In the past, when you expanded to Alric's head, took advantage of a desperate situation, made a deal. You came out for the better. We survived, but Alric was forever and inevitably changed.
You want me to convince you that this was a decision made not just out of a matter of survival, a cornered beast with nothing else to turn to, but a well-considered agreement made with equal leverage on both parts.
What leverage exactly did he have against you?
Our mutual destruction.
Well, he dies. You are still an entity, a part of him, not him, and you take over, right? Looks like his heart is still beating. You're still breathing. It looks like you can pilot the body pretty well. So, what would you lose if he dies? It seems to me that you get this exact same situation.
Oh, as is? I imagine that as is, were his soul or that ring to be destroyed, I don't know what kind of effect that would have on me. Perhaps your greatest fear is that without the ring I would go renegade. And
my greatest fear is that not that you would go renegade without the ring, but that you maybe already are. Or a directive be damned, you'll do what you want and what makes you or puts you really in a better position. From our perspective, I'll take you are a stranger in the spaces in between planets. We've never met you. We don't know who you are. And you're asking us to give you Alric's position.
Interesting. From my perspective, I have known you. I've interacted with each of you. And I have traveled with you and fought alongside each of you. And at a last moment of desperation, a call, a decision that no one would wish to make, was brought front and center. I ask you, what would you have preferred to have happened in that case? We all wish that, the battle did not need to be so desperate.
Well, from what I know from parasites, the ultimate goal above everything is to survive. Is to get. You're in it for your survival only. So this might be of a strange concept, but I would prefer my friend die. The glory of dying for the cause that he was passionate about is what I think he would have wanted. Aside from us being safe. And
I don't know, Valerian. Alaric always struck me as the kind who chased his curiosity, not necessarily for glory or recognition, but for the love of it. It seemed that something he was simply passionate about, or I suppose he is. His soul still is here in this ring. I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like at the beginning of the battle, you and Alaric were separate entities, but, well, not you, but the tentacle whip, the aberration, and Alaric were separate entities. And in this moment of transformation, you arose, and you are something different. You are not just the aberration, and not just Alaric, but both. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
I don't agree with Valerian. I would not have rather Alaric died, and I'm heartened that we may find a way to bring him back. And I don't like killing needlessly. You seem to pose no threat to us. But here in this zone of truth, please know that if you attempt to harm any of the people we consider friends or allies, and that includes all present, any on the ship, and anyone, you seem to have Alaric's recollections, so anyone that Alaric would have considered a friend, I will kill you.
Yeah. Alaric, Altek extends his hand. And it's like, vow struck.
And Toad shakes Altake's hand.
Well, Altheic, I'm not quite as extreme as our captain here, but I do have my reservations about you. And there's something he said that was correct. You are a stranger to us, as far as we're concerned. You can say that you've been with us this entire time since, Alaric brought you along, but as far as we're concerned, this is the first time we've ever met you. And we don't know you very well. And I trust that you are telling the truth when you say that you're going to help us and things of these nature, but, well, we're going to need a lot more than that. Then we're going to need to see it, and we're going to need to work together, but that's hard when you're something that we've never encountered before.
Then, perhaps we can set a goal for ourselves. Mutual benefit. A concrete thing. We can all agree to step forward. You wish to recover Alaric in his entirety, free from perhaps our presence. If we should make the steps necessary, would you consider that a sign of good faith?
I'd be open to it. We've encountered a lot of different kinds of beings in our travels so far. I have to wonder if we met you under different circumstances that we wouldn't be so resistant to accepting your help. I'm trying to keep that in mind as we figure out what to do with you, to be honest. But I think at the very least, I can't accept you as an officer aboard the Dragonhawk, even if we do accept your help.
Understood.
Perhaps with time. You know, I think if anyone knows what it's like to be judged for what you are before who you are, that's me. And I can understand that this may be hard for you, and I hope you understand why we are cautious, and perhaps with time, you know, we'll come to understand, and you'll have opportunities to prove yourself. I don't know if you're good at cooking. Alaric was good at science, and those things are at least somewhat related. You could maybe start with cleaning the kitchen and work your way up from there.
Yes. Well, I don't know what it is that I am good at. I have these powers to manipulate space, gravity. But I'm glad that I can continue this exploration with you, even in this capacity.
I think before you say that, I think we need consensus from amongst the officers, at least. Valerian, are you okay with Altaic joining our crew as a general crew member and joining us on excursions and potentially over time proving themselves to us? I think we can work with Ethne or Gus if that's what you think is best, or I can take on the responsibility of keeping an eye on Altaic. And if it's ever not working out, we can kill them, or we can on another planet.
You know, Altaic, I gotta tell you, it is nice to be able to speak to you in such a manner and you not be like overly emotional about it. That is one advantage to your current state, I must admit.
Feelings at the end there about your sword, Rick. I'm sure he'll be mad to know that Altaic got to hold it.
That is true. You know, when we get him back, I gotta give him this thing, see how he feels about it.
But sorry, Valerian, what do you think?
Valerian is kind of, especially after his kind of exchange with Altaic, is stewing almost is the best kind of. He's like squinting his eyes at Altaic, kind of examining him, studying him, very standoffish. Okay, Altaic, in this zone of truth, will you actively work to restore Alric in the body that you have right now against your own survival and autonomy with his body? Will you actively and solely help us with that task?
Yes, I would not mind rejoining Alec.
And if Alaric decides he doesn't want you to be a part of him any longer,
Then it's a decision that he, I, or we have made.
and you'd be okay with being cast off.
I think there's a pause. It's just like it's hard to say. The Alaric was resistant to the notion of removing my powers even before. Would you take it from him if he refused?
Would I take the power that you provide him if he refused to give it up? So you're asking?
Yes.
I think it's his decision, but I'm asking you against your survival, against your autonomy. Would you work against that if Alaric decides to cast you off?
When in the same body, and we occupy the same mind, and we come to the decision of discarding armor, weapons, a uniform, a title, or a toenail.
Valerian will kind of like stamp his foot and just say, it's yes or no, I'll take.
You ask me if I make the decision to remove myself once Alaric and I are joined, and I can't within this zone vouch for the decision he may make.
And we agree that we will work towards giving him the decision, the ability to make that independent decision. Is that
Yes.
something that you are able and are going to continuously work towards? Even if
Yes.
that means ultimately you are cast off.
Yes.
And Valerian, I know you feel very strongly about this, but if Altaic proves to be an ally of ours through this journey, however long it takes for us to come up with the means to bring Alaric back, I feel hesitant to jump to the conclusion that Altaic would need to die. Perhaps we could come to a decision that or come to some type of discovery that gives both Alaric and Altaic separate bodies, and ultimately whatever Alaric decides will honor if that's what is necessary. But
No, I agree with Alaric making the decision. If Alaric says that he is overjoyed that Altaic kept to their deal and loves the idea of continuing to work with Altaic, that's fine. But if the issue I have, and I'll be up front, you have no skin in the game. We have no way of. You hold all the cards. We have no way of trusting you intrinsically without just your words. We have nothing. And my officers, Ifrik, Toad, and everyone else says that they can at least work with you. If the crew can work with you in this current state, then what I say be damned, but none of this sits right with me.
Well,
And I think
Val,
Valerian will kind of start walking off.
there's one thing you're wrong about, Val. We don't just have Altaic's word. We have Alaric's word.
That's right. That's true.
I trust Alaric, and so if Altaic will help us get him back, then I'll work with them, and we'll figure something out.
Well, I trust you. So.
I don't know about you all, but I'm pretty tired. It's been a long day. Altaik, thank you for agreeing to speak truthfully and for understanding the grief that we are feeling in this moment, and confusion and anger. But I think we just need to see what happens with time.
Time, change will heal these wounds. You know, he nods in agreement with Toad.
You know, in the meantime, you should probably stay on the ship, by the way. I'm going to say that's a little bit better than trying to awkwardly explain what's going on to the rest of the crew. So, until we do that, I think you're going to be shipping up in the Red Saber for now.
Ah, will I be piloting it?
No, I don't think that's necessary. Oak Blossom will tow the Red Saber, but I'll stay on the Red Saber with you.
It would help us to get to where we're going faster, I gotta say.
Well, if you trust, Rick, I think of the three of us, I'm perhaps the most trustful of Altaik.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'll have to make this decision right now. We gotta bring it up with Val and all that.
But sure. Altaik, do you mind the company?
No, of course.
Okay. Well,
All right.
I can stay as well if you like. Zephyr.
Zephyr, I would love for you to stay, especially if you promise to tell stories of your pirate days.
How about I tell you about the time where I got infected with lycanthropy?
Oh.
I'm fascinated.
And I kind of want to stay now.
Yeah. Wait, should we go get? I think Valerian.
I kind of want to come back.
Should we go get him?
No, I'll go get him. It's fine.
Oh, will you bring? Will you ask? I don't know. Perhaps Valerian, I'm sure, will need to stay with Oak Blossom, but long term to pilot the ship. But perhaps some fire wine for the long evening.
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful.
Gus is gonna be so pissed. Ethne says under his breath.
Ethne, I would never ask you to lie to Gus. And
But
you're welcome to join us and stay over here on the Red Saber and maybe have a discussion with Gus another day.
Is that an order?
Absolutely not.
I am respectfully going to go back to my ship.
Okay.
yeah, I can't blame you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toad, I'm gonna go talk with Val about this, and we'll have to inform the other officers what we decided on today.
Yeah, I'll stay here just to keep an eye on Altaik and
Zephyr will stay behind too. Okay.
I was going to do this before that exchange happened with Toad, but as Valerian left, I wanted to kind of, because we had Gus kind of guarding the bridge, basically, right? So
Yeah.
as I'm leaving, I want to talk to Gus
Yes.
and just say, Gus, listen, we're making a decision. I don't trust it as much as I can throw it. I need you to take John or Roland or someone to keep surveillance on Alric 24/7. We cannot. If anything happens, any weird missteps, any plotting that it seems, I need you to tell me, and I need you to keep this secret completely. We don't want rumors to start on the ship. We don't want issues to come up with something like that happening. We need to trust this person, and to trust this person, I need eyes.
Gus shakes his head. They got through to you, huh?
My officers want something. I've made a series of horrible, horrible decisions, Gus. I put us in this situation that we're in, even now. If they trust it, they want our friend back as much as I do. I'll trust them.
I hope this is the right call, Captain. I'll put a detail on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He goes to grab some folks to bring and dispatch over to the Red Saber. What's everyone else doing?
I think Alaric, wonders aloud after essentially the intervention, being like, I wonder how the captain will explain the change in roster, the change in rank to House DeCanneth. Surely they'll be curious as to the removal of one of their own from the officerial ranks.
Well, I'm certain we'll be honest with folks about the situation. But I don't see a reason for us to lie to the crew. But I suppose that's Valerian's decision. And I'm very glad to not be captain.
There's a moment, it's like, but aboard the Red Saber, you may be the highest ranking officer.
No, Rick is still here. He's the first mate.
It is true.
I'm not gonna be here for long.
When Rick comes back. While Rick is gone, I'm the captain. That's right. That's interesting. And I do know how to fly the ship.
He looks around and is like, this deck is so empty compared to the Dragonhawk. Without Oak Blossom's bows, I can see so much more of cyberspace.
I hope this is temporary. Has Rick left to go get Valerian yet?
Yeah, I'm gone.
Okay. I think Toad will just say, I'm sorry that there seems to be such a misunderstanding or so much distrust, but I'm interested in getting to know more about you, Altaic, and I don't know that I can separate you from Alaric. Do you need the ring back? Or can I hold on to it?
You could hold on to it. I have certain defenses against what the ring provides protection against. You could keep it in safekeeping.
Thank you. I hope Rick remembers the fire wine.
Oh, I'm very curious. Alec has very little experience.
Do you drink? This is maybe a new experience for you. Would you like to partake?
Well, if offered, I will drink. I wonder what it'll taste like. Do you know the sensation of drunkenness, Toad? Officer. Xenobiologist. How should I refer to you?
Oh,
I'm no longer an officer.
You don't have to use honorifics with me. Honestly,
Supreme Leader.
between us, you called me Toady in the cave, and I kind of liked that. But maybe that's just for us.
then just for us. Tody, what is your experience with fire wine? Does it burn?
I imagine my experience is different. I kind of soak it up, as opposed to drinking it, and I feel lighter, and I can't think straight, and I really like, I feel like it's me still, but like, I think sometimes I'm worried that the way that I act around people is off-putting, and I don't feel quite as worried when I've had fire wine.
Oh. Maybe I'm drunk.
We haven't started drinking yet.
But it's like, but all the sensations you've described, I feel them. The paths seem so different now. They're very, very straightforward. As Alec. All the decisions and all of the interactions he had, I question them now.
Altaik, it seems that you're not interested in the same studies that Alaric was, but do you remember Belle? Through Alaric's memories, do you remember Belle?
Yes.
I don't think Belle can survive without Alaric. Something is wrong. And I don't know if you can form a bond with Belle. She's with Mr. Blip now, and I don't know if he can fix her, but she's important to me, and I hope she was important to Alaric.
There's a pause, like, I could give my best attempt to reconnect with it, but I fear that the dragon shard, the bloodstone within, may reject me or not recognize me. I could, if the matter of its survival or continued existence is at hand, see if I could help connect it to you. Perhaps there is more common ground to share as a trusted crewmate of Alaric's. Perhaps he had granted you various permissions.
Well, I appreciate that. It's hard knowing. It's weird. I don't know. I have experienced death of other people before, but this is so different. You're kind of Alaric, and also Alaric's soul is within this ring. But it still feels bad, and I will miss having Alaric around, and I think saving Belle will make that more bearable for me. So thank you for... perhaps tomorrow, I want to give Mr. Blip a chance to fashion some sort of remedy, and if not, or maybe the three of us could put our heads together. I'm not very good with technology, but I could try.
It's all a matter It's like there's a pause of just like it's it's terrifying, but a whole new world open to new expressions and interpretations. This connection, that you share with Belle, perhaps this will be a good opportunity to showcase how I might, forge a greater connection to what remains of Alaric at this moment.
I hope Valerian is okay. I hope that I think he'll come around. Just be patient. He's complicated, but he means well.
I think he's in a desperate position, and I think he begrudges that another lifeline was made, or was thrown to him.
I think he misses his friend, and you're a new person, and you wear our friend's form, and that's confusing. I don't know. I change forms so regularly that it's weird, but I kind of understand. But I really hope Rick comes back with that fire wine soon.
And on that note, so Zephyr is still here. Have the other guards that Val wanted to post up, have they actually arrived, or are they just on?
They have. No, I've put them on the screen because Chief Gus has dispatched a good chunk of the veteran squad to join onto the deck. And Sir Darian, one of the nobles who also serves as security, will at some point approach Toden Altaic. And say, he's a little wary, but also he keeps his composure as a noble. Say, sorry to interrupt, but there's a formality that needs to be taken place. Apologies for this, but orders are orders. And Sir Darian grabs the chest piece of Altaic's officer uniform and rips off the officer patch. As you are no longer an officer of the Dragon ship, I am relieving you of your officership commission. Until further investigation can be restored by the government of Ondare, at this point, you are a common worker. Nods to Toad. Good day.
Sorry about that. But,
I think Rick's gonna pop up with a jug of the booze. Be like, all right, time to celebrate your demotion.
Wonderful.
Wait, did you get Valerian? He needs to hear Zephyr's story about lycanthropy.
Valerian can show up if he wants to. He's kind of, in his feelings right now. Can't blame him, but he's dealing with his own way.
He's brooding.
I'm gonna send Cooper to him, and so I think Toad will flip into Cooper's eyes and look at Mr. Blip. I'm assuming Mr. Blip's still hard at work.
He's rambling through his mustache. Oh, jeez. Yep.
I think Cooper barks once or makes a fox bark sound.
What does the fox say?
I think it's like yip 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 yip. Just like that.
Okay.
And then goes to find Valerian.
Okay. What's Cooper's passive? You don't even need to roll. As you are passing between the legs of lots of crewmates, you are hearing a significant amount of respectful discontent. Like, why are we pulling all of these crew members to sit on a boat for one person? Like, can we not just get rid of him and be done with this? Like, I heard he got demoted. Like, I heard he's not an officer. Like, what happened? Did he, like, who is, like, there's speculation abound, and the crew is nervous, and a lot of grumbling is happening as Cooper makes their way up to the officer cabin, where they find Valerian, which is, he is doing what exactly?
I think Valerian is actually at the helm.
Mm-hmm.
Let me move over to that screen real quick. Yeah, he's at the helm, and Valerian, as soon as he got done speaking to Gus, really, as soon as he got back into this room, he is just, he has a moment to himself, and he is just starts silently sobbing to himself. He's like hitting the desk and like kind of banging his head against the wall. And just keeps saying it's my fault, it's my fault. And then he will kind of, after a good minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes of this, he'll kind of compose himself. He'll use prestidigitation to clean himself up, and take a breath, and he will just sit for a second, but he is plotting and planning on how to break the news to the crew.
Okay. You guys want to take a break?
Yeah.
Do it.
I think we're at a good point in time. Let's take a break. Let's do a 10-minute break. Be back at 45.
Okay.
Sounds good.
unmute myself, make sure, because I'm very nervous about my mic. Good God, I'm paranoid. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, so as we discussed outside of the recording, we felt that was a good spot to take a break, and I think we're going to all take a long rest at this point, as the logistics have been confirmed. Part of the party is sleeping on one boat, part of the party is sleeping on the other boat. And in the morning times, we can have a conversation about where we want to go, how we're going to do that logistically. So let's go around the room as you all emerge from your rest. Let's start with Altaic. Eugene.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think they had just like this is a day of of indulging in like fire wine, right? And I think it's this like immediate like reaction of like being relaxed, but then noting that there are like crew members like watching him, like a detail watching him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like within the Red Saber, which is like vastly like underpopulated compared to the Dragon Hawk. I imagine like with so much wide open space and like oak blossom out in front, and like all of space around, it feels very much like a very different liminal space. I think like the rest of the day is like being reacquainted with, or is like getting acquainted with the Red Saber, with like probably Zephyr and like the security detail as an escort. And I wonder if you'll like see the cranium rats, or if they're still there, if they're still alive even.
They are, but the security team and the laborers that have taken control of the ship, unless told otherwise, will remove any of the vermin trying to clean up the ship, because this ship was in much worse shape than this map has led you to believe it, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of in a fucking heap, so there's been laborers that are cleaning things up. There is very little eye contact given to you, and there's a sense of nervousness walking around you from those that are laborers. The security team has an eye of wariness, and you have a shadow every deck of the ship between Hugo, Arnold, Sir Darian, and Lila. At any given time, one of them is within eyesight of you. You definitely get the sense that you are not trusted, and even some suppressed hostility from some.
Gotcha.
And what's worse is the rats have unionized.
Maternity leave.
Does he have tasks that are, or what are his tasks now that he's part of the crew, the unenlisted?
Yeah, he's the worker.
Yeah. So if you're a laborer, you are assisting distributing the supplies from the ship to this one. They don't let you touch the ammo, but they'll let you carry. They'll let you. Actually, do you know what? No, you're cleaning. You're cleaning.
Well, wouldn't that be up to like Toad? Toad's like currently his commanding officer right now, right?
That's true.
I think Toad also did kind of like offer for Alaric to like
Clean kitchen?
start by cleaning the kitchen. I think that Toad is aware that people would maybe be wary of Alaric handling food right away, or Outtake handling food right away. So I think Toad starts him with like bitch work, you know? Like
Yeah.
you're
Cleaning the kitchen.
taking the trash out, you're washing dishes, so many dishes. You're
Mm-hmm.
like maybe you also like clean the mess hall, like the tables, and you're responsible for all that.
Gotcha.
Can
Okay.
we just
Okay.
establish right away? It is Altaic, right? Like
Yes.
you're not Alric anymore, right?
Yes, I'll take.
Okay, gotcha.
Would you guys?
I may misspeak just as a matter of like reflex.
Right. Yeah.
Memory. Oh.
Same here.
Yeah.
For this
so yeah,
session, I'll change your character token that it says I'll take at the bottom. So
Gotcha.
this is a visual aid.
Perfect. Yeah, I think like as he cleans, I think that like, it's the, the reactions of those around him, it's not something that he can unpack even in like a single conversation. This is a day of like exploration, new role, new tasks, new me. And as he goes through it, like I wonder if there are like signs of like vermin amongst the, like within the ruined kitchen. And I imagine that I'll take, knowing that there are cranium rats there, would look for those signs and see if he could make a connection with them. At least to say it's like, you don't have to jump off the ship, but you can't be here.
You're able to make that telepathic connection relatively easily. They're simple and they're scared of you. There is 4 on the boat. The cranium rats of the grain seed pack. The family of the grain seed pack recognizes your presence and they shy away. What sort of emotional messaging are you giving to them in a way that they can interpret? Because they can interpret language.
There is like, I think this is a moment of like, like a peace offering, like and a warning being made. It's just like the crew will not, will not accept, seeing you, and I cannot allow you to stay within, within the kitchen. But a deal can be struck. If you need, if you are, if you are hungry or starving, maybe we can make considerations or accommodations.
Okay. So they are hesitant and they are waiting for more. Should they leave kitchen? Where go? Your room is right here, mind you.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Of like all the places, like, oh, yeah, sure, his room. It's the, still under heavy, if they choose it, it's probably more scrutinized than any other crew member's room. But he wouldn't object to seeing them.
Okay.
Automatically.
Toad, are you in there during this conversation? I guess we'll pan to you as your morning is beginning.
I think Toad actually, like, brings Cooper back to the Red Saber to leave with Eugene, and then I think Toad goes to check with Mr. Blip about Belle, and then maybe go find Valerian.
Okay. So for Altaic, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to say that the only thing around is Cooper, and the rats scurry past Cooper. Cooper notices, but they're quick, and they manage to hide out in your room. For now. It's a temporary solution. They hide near the pooper. They're rats. They don't care.
Perfect. And they're the part of the grain seed pack. Fantastic.
They are the family of rats in the grain seed.
The Grain Seed Clan.
Mm-hmm.
Grain seed
Held
clan.
these lands for 20 generations.
Very much that. Okay. So that's a perfect segue to Toad. As they arise from their rest, you are checking in on Mr. Blip, you said?
Yeah, I'm gonna go check in on if he was able to make any headway with Belle.
Good morning, Toad.
Mr. Blip.
I have done what I believe I can to preserve this construction. I can't say that I trust the durability of this creature, but I've managed to preserve the power to a small amount. But I can't guarantee that it will be for more than a day or two. It's seemingly lost its connection. I wish I... Would you be able to provide some context of what may have occurred between Officer Alec and his homunculus?
Well, I'm not entirely sure how the connection between Belle and Alaric works, or what kind of bond needs to be made between homunculus and, I don't want to say master, but non-homunculus person in the relationship.
Yes.
And I think Valerian plans to speak with the crew about what transpired yesterday, and certainly don't want to step on his toes. I will say that things will be a little different, but I don't know in a bad way.
I see. I'm afraid that I can preserve it here, but until a bond is made, I fear that I can only preserve it in its almost inactive state. You see, I'm happy to keep it a trickle of magical energy. I'm preserving it with a small amount of magical spell casting that I can do for myself, but I'd have to say that in order to utilize this technology, again, a bond must be made. I fear that I know nothing of the sort. I would say perhaps Enchanter in the house may know a thing or two. He seems more arcanically inclined. If Alaric is not a source of information that we may glean more from.
And I do believe that I trust you. I'm sure you have other responsibilities, but would you mind having a conversation?
I shall after an alleged captain's call this morning, yes?
Yes. Perhaps you and Roland can get together and put your minds together, and if not, I will come up with an alternative solution. Thank you.
I shall do so right away.
I appreciate you.
And we appreciate you.
Okay. And I think after that, Toad just goes to... I think Toad stops by the kitchen, brews coffee, and then maybe brings a cup to Valerian.
Okay. As the scent of coffee passes by your dorm room, Rick, as Toad brings coffee to Valerian, what is Rick doing?
I think Rick was gonna... He brought along some books, right? He's looking through to try to find information about this this spell. But of course, he's not gonna find it in the things he brought with him, which are just like basic liturgical books and things like that, right? So he's gonna try to make a note, like the next time they head back to the rings, we gotta maybe talk to the dragon folk there and see if we can find some more research on this. As far as like getting Alric back together again. But aside from that, I think Rick is just gonna go and meet with Val and see what he's cooking up as far as letting the crew know.
So Rick, you emerge from the door following slightly behind Toad. As the two of you knock on the door of your ship captain. Valerian, what are you doing?
I think Valerian has kind of been up most of the night. Got a little sleep, enough to get a long rest in, but very restless. He at the beginning of the night, he took his tankard and started to attune to that over the wine glass. And
Yeah, because the wine glass is currently inside of the asteroid.
it's true. Actually, can I call it back?
Can you? That is a great question. Do you?
It has to be on another plane of existence for me not to be able to call it back.
Then you can call it back should you so choose.
Okay, yes, I would love to do that. So I'll call it back, and then midway through of me attuning to the tankard, so the wine glass, Valerian will kind of just get up, kind of just frustrated, and just get himself a tankard full of the fire water. And throughout the rest of the night, he's kind of writing a speech, kicking himself and drinking, and get some sleep. So the morning, he is very groggy, very out of it, and kind of just lays in bed for a little longer.
Is he drunk? Was he drinking to get drunk?
He's hungover. Yes, he was drunk.
Okay, make me a Constitution save for me, please. Then. Oh, and I would like to add, all of you had an excellent job role-playing. All of you, please take inspiration.
Oh boy.
Okay. 21, you're hungover, but you're not exhausted. You got enough rest. So, you're groggy, but mechanically you're fine.
Okay.
And then Toad and Rick both very loudly bang on his door.
Valerian!
Wake up!
Hold on.
Come on, you gotta get up.
Okay. Give me a second.
I've been up for hours. You have to get out of bed.
I've been up for minutes.
Rick's been up for minutes.
You guys have a cup out there for me too?
Of course. It's
Thank-
not your coffee, but it is good coffee.
Well, coffee is coffee. I'll prestidigitation myself, clean myself up, get dressed, and step out. Please let me have that. Oh my god.
Okay, you can have this. And I assume you want to say something to the crew. It's important that you know that they have a lot of questions and
Of course.
are anxious, and
And
I also
everything's riding on this, and you better not mess up.
No, that's not true. We have 2 ships. Worst case scenario, but all I'm saying is that I think we need to be honest. But I also, keeping Altaic on the Red Saber is not a long-term solution. It will simply just not logistically make sense for us to move at half speed through the rest of cyberspace.
I mean, it's going to be hard for the crew, let alone me, to accept this thing piloting Alric be a part of the crew. I mean, it's just, you have to admit, it's hard to accept the death of my friend, to just see someone walking around in his flesh. I'm sure that's the same for you both as well. But that same feeling will be amplified to the crew. And, I've been trying to keep a composure. I've informed Gus and some of the other officers to do the same, but we have to show confidence in the decision that we've made. Oh, but it's hard. I'll admit, it's hard.
It is hard. It is weird seeing Alaric's face and not completely being Alaric, but I Altaic is... I hope you give them a chance. He's not Alaric, but he's not Alaric.
Have you spoken to Alaric through the ring? I mean, before I even give this thing a chance, I need to understand that this was a deal. This wasn't a takeover.
Yes. I spoke with him briefly last night, and he seemed okay, but I was hesitant to do it in front of Altaic. Should we step into your quarters and see if...
Let's go to yours.
I don't really have quarters. I just sleep upstairs.
Rick?
So blossom.
I get, yeah, sure. Step on in. Don't know why can't we use your quarters?
The smell, as I close the door from my bedroom door, the smell of booze kind of wafts out of the room.
Rick, you don't want to go in there. Yeah, I think Toad will, once we're in Rick's room, we'll reach out to Alaric through the ring and just say, Alaric, I'm here with Rick and Valerian, and we met Altaic last night, but Valerian wants to know how you are feeling, I guess, about the decision that you made. I want to say before you respond that our plan is to get you back, whether that's to occupy the same body as Altaic or in a new body. I personally think you'd look really cool in, like, a body kind of like mine. Would be fun. But yeah, how are you feeling? Is it okay if I keep you on my hand?
Yeah, let's see. The echoes of this would be like, I made a decision when, like, yeah. So there'd be like phrases that are echoed, or like, but maybe like tweaked slightly. So it'd be something like, I made a decision. A body like yours. And it's like, where worn on your hand.
Well, it seems like Alaric is confident in the decision that he made and is open to the possibility of inhabiting a different body, if we come to that.
I hate this.
Valerian, I was gonna just hold on to this ring, but do you want this ring? Would you find comfort in being able to speak with Alaric regularly?
Okay. Yeah, I would love that, actually, yes.
Of course. Toad will say to Alaric, I'm giving you to Valerian. And then, yeah, give it to Valerian and just say, if that's what you need, then...
I think, of course, I'm not gonna keep Alaric. If any of you need to speak to him or use the ring, if you just want the comfort of having him close to you, let me know. I'll pass this. I think this is no single person's property until Alaric gets back.
Yeah. When you say like give to Valerian, I think he echoes that in like an amused tone. I will note, I think the ring of mind shielding does have an attunement requirement. So just for like equipment purposes.
It's an action
don't-
to attune.
Yes. Mhm.
And I will say, I do have plenty of open slots if Valerian is out. Like,
No, I got slots as well.
okay,
Nice.
cool. Well, are you, let's hear your speech. Do you want to run it by me and Rick first?
Yeah, let's do the big captain thing.
Okay.
Big boy captain over here.
Let me just understand some premises here, okay? Oh. Okay. So I'm just gonna tell the crew. I mean, I trust every one of them intrinsically. I think we just tell them how it is, what it is, and what it's gonna be. As in, we're honest. Does that sound fair?
Honesty is the best policy.
I think so.
Okay. And then I think that we been wrestling with the idea of how to say we accept Altaic for what they are now, as they are now, and to not, to treat them as a crew member. I don't know how to get that message across. How do you tell someone, hey, your friend or even coworker is being piloted now? It's just not.
Well, I think we don't say Alaric's being piloted by. Altaic is their own being.
Yeah.
And is much like anyone else on the crew, is deserving of basic humanity and decency. Perhaps we're honest that Altaic is on a probationary period, and that if it doesn't work out, we will remove them, and then we will defend the crew from all threats, no matter where they come from.
You know how I'm coping it with it is that, Altaic is no different from Krath or Tobrov. They're a passenger that we're taking along. They're offering their help. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I would view them in the same way, but with Krath and with Tobrov, like we know them in a way, right?
Oh, really?
I think
We
it'll
kind of
be.
invited them onto our ship like very quickly.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Yeah, Tobrov especially. I think if you both can see a path forward, then I can't. And I say that with confidence to say that I believe that we can have a way forward because you believe that. And so I need to relay that to the crew is my, I guess, job now. Ugh.
Well, I think we do it together. Valerian, you may be the captain, but you're not solely responsible for everything that happens. If we want to be honest, we are in this situation because we had a plan and it didn't work, and I was a large part of formulating that plan, and
I mean, it wasn't. It doesn't fall on you.
it doesn't fall on you either.
I can understand. I can understand that. And I can live with that. But I hope you volunteered yourself, so we're talking to them together. Let's gather everybody up and maybe make a couple of extra pots of coffee. You will.
I think so. I'll make it. You don't worry. I'll You don't have
I
to.
mean, it's gonna be a couple pods.
Yeah.
I don't mind making it.
No,
one or
it's
two.
Rick can help me. Rick, right? You could help me make coffee,
Yeah, I mean,
unless you want Valerian to help me make coffee.
No, I
Okay,
can.
great.
No, I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
It's like I'm really good at it. But...
Should we invite Altaic to the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Do we ask for him to stand beside?
I think we asked them to stand with the group. Maybe we can put them towards the front so we can just present them in a way, but they need to be integrated, really, as a living, breathing member of the crew.
Okay. So you dispatch the order of an all-hands meeting on the main deck of the Dragonhawk or on the main deck of the Red Saber?
The Dragonhawk.
Okay. So as that begins, the message is passed to you, Altaic, that you and everyone on the Red Saber are to come back aboard the Dragonhawk for an all-hands call meeting. Are you doing anything before you depart the Red Saber?
Yeah. I think there was like a I think there is like a remark of like that he keeps to where he's like dusting himself off, from the scholarly work before being presented. Of like where he's thinking that he does, look too similar for this to just be, him in like different clothes. I'm thinking he wants to do like a change in. I do have alter self. Let's see.
You also have a litany of clothing that Alric had.
Yes.
And there is a seamstress on board.
Yeah, I imagine that like wearing or like without the markings of being an officer. Yeah, he does be wearing like the crew uniform.
Okay, the simple garb
like
uniform.
Yeah.
The standard cruise ship uniform.
Yeah.
Okay. I can say that you have that. That's fine.
And no, this doesn't last like forever. Maybe it's a case where like he changes. This is when he changes his hair. I think he is like Zephyr like watching him at the moment.
There's a guard, so we'll say that so you were in the kitchen, you were still cleaning, the door was open, and Lila had eyes on you, but everyone's getting ready to move and she's kind of waiting for you.
Uber is also at your heels.
That is true.
Gotcha.
Uber the Snooper.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a moment where he begins to like pin or like getting himself presentable. He's going to like pin and like pull his hair back essentially.
Okay.
To fit like the to fit more of like the aesthetic of like of not being like the unruly like bushy-haired artificer.
Okay. Kind of clean yourself up. Maybe not covered in as much dirt and grime.
Yeah.
Okay. So cleaned up, but wearing simple uniforms. You are escorted over to the Dragonhawk. There is a flurry of commotion aboard the Dragonhawk as everyone makes their way up the two stairwells, which there's not enough room for everyone to get through there. But they make it work. They're, people kind of moving in single file line. They are an orderly bunch to a degree. Some seem unaware of why this will be happening. Some seem scared. Some seem nervous. In particular, Chief Gus, as he passes by you, Captain, he seems frustrated, but going along with the flow. Ethne and Toe behind him with more of a neutral expression following his boss. Ethne comes out from the navigator booth, standing next to you, Toad, with a pensive look on her face. She seems to be in thought. Krath approaches you, Rick, with a raised eyebrow, and then spots Tobrov and kind of like makes his way deeper into the crowd away from Tobrov, who steps up and seems to stand much taller above the rest of the crew. As you kind of stand up on an elevated platform next to Oak Blossom here. So you're standing on the boxes here. I'll say, Rick, you're here. Toad, you're here. Chief Gus is standing in support of his officers, and Alaric steps onto the boat with Zephyr and Lila.
Who steps onto the boat?
Alaric, or excuse me, Altaic. Haha, you got
There
me.
you go.
So, Zephyr accompanies Altaic onto the boat as the rest of the crowd kind of assembles for this conversation. You're flanked by Zephyr and Ethne, kind of near the front and center. As the rest of the crew gathers around, some of the crew woken up from their night shift working, so they're a little grumpy. They've been kind of just working all night, stocking up the 2 ships. And the crew of the Red Saber and Dragonhawk have assembled onto the ship, onto the main deck of the Dragonhawk, with the small trickle of flowers being rustled by the wind that is produced by Oak Blossom's copious amounts of updew. The shade of her branches casts a bit of a darker shadow in the light of the sun in the solar system based on the angle of your ships. A little bit darker on the deck than usual. Someone brings out a light, and a handful more lights come out, just to offset it so everything can be seen clearly. And it becomes eerily quiet as Altaic takes the main front point. Guarded and obviously flanked by 2 individuals with some combat skill, there's a trepidation as to what will occur next. And they all turn to their captain and officers to hear what you have to say.
All right, Val, break a leg.
Valerian will take a sip of his coffee and turn around. He'll get up on the box, but he'll turn around and kind of just place his hand on Oak Blossom for a moment, on the trunk, and just sit in that moment for a second. Compose himself, and then turn around to his crew. And he'll start. The crew, the Dragonhawk, we've done a lot. We've been to places people will not see in their lifetimes. Most people will not see in their lifetimes. We've met civilizations that have touched us in ways that led us to keeping some of them on our own ship with Tobrov and Krath here. We've made alliances with the Gith on Zerantir. They've even helped us in our most recent endeavor, the asteroid. If it wasn't for them, there's a good chance we would have lost our ship.
Zephyr nods.
We've done a lot of good. You know, the people that we've led to the unnamed asteroid with the tower with Kuman Miraz. we've helped a lot of people. And the adventures and really the sacrifices that we've all made, they don't stop. And each one is as dangerous as the last. And the asteroid was no different. You might have noticed, I'm sure everyone's been speaking about it, but our friend Alric, he's changed in a way, in some ways not. In the asteroid, there's a lot of different, aberrations, monsters, some with shark heads walking around. It was difficult to walk around without being accosted by some of these monstrosities, but all of us, and Alaric included, did a fantastic job. We did what we were supposed to do. We got through them. And we ran into an issue. One fight, really, that we couldn't overcome easily. Like any of these fights, even at the ghost ship, for example, these are... Every encounter can take your life. And unfortunately, our friend Alaric, he didn't make it.
There's a hum of questioning as everyone turns to look at Altaic, confusion in their eyes.
So I know that there's some confusion, but just for a moment, I want to acknowledge and live in the moment of us understanding that Alric did sacrifice his life, not only to save us in the fight, but to save us on our crew and our ultimate voyage. Alric was and is 100% dedicated to the cause of Ondair and the cause of his crewmates. You, all of you. Now, to address the elephant in the room, Alric...
Everyone looks at Tobrov for a second.
Not you, Tobrov, not you.
Not that one, not that elephant.
Oh, okay.
Alric, that you see here, is a changed person. This is no longer Alric. This is not the officer that you knew. This is a different person. This person's name is Altaic. I almost forgot the fucking name. Altaic. And he is not Alric, therefore he is not an officer. He is a crew member. We've accepted him as we did Krath, as we did Toprov.
You hear a shout from the back of the crowd. What is he?
Altaic is almost a manifestation of Alric's will. Altaic is a entity that is separate than Alric, but he is indebted to Alric, and ultimately he's our crew member. That's what he is now. But I want to stress this, that again, he is not Alric, therefore he'll maybe know some of you, maybe he won't, but this is a different person. And I want everyone to treat him as you treated Tobrov day one, or Krath day one. Of course, there's some concern, some hesitancy, but if you get to know Altaic and make those memories and those assumptions and those remembrances, then that's what I ultimately want. This is a different person.
One of the knights can't hold it in any longer and says, "He's the damn tentacle!" And there's a stir of, not panic, but the stir of instant recoil from Altaic, from those that stand behind him. Zephyr and Ethne don't move. They just stand a little bit closer, following orders. Chief Gus looks like he wants to say something, but he looks at you with a face that almost looks like a, well?
Listen, you're right. You are right. He was the tentacle. Now he is the person that you see in front of you. And believe me, Alric was my friend. We've known each other for this entire voyage, and we've worked together countless times. He was my brother. The loss of him is as sad as I would be for any of you. Again, this person that you see in front of you is not him. Trust me when I say this, I questioned it too, but through our interactions that we've had with Altaic, whether he was in this form or in the form of the tentacle, he's always protected us. He's always looked out for us, and I trust that he will continue that trend. Altaic has personally said that they will work to restoring Alric. I say that to say that we have a plan to restore Alric, to revive Alric, as he did perish, and Altaic is going to be instrumental in that. So, again, I just implore all of you to build your own bonds, build your own opinions, but understand that we've been here before. We've lost people. We've helped people. And you just don't go in with any prejudices and make a connection, or try to make a real connection with your crewmates.
Okay. Well, right at this time, I would like you to make a persuasion check, and if anyone else wants to add in on this speech, you may also do so now.
I think Toad does step up after Valerian pauses and says to everyone, I understand that it's confusing. Alaric was very important to all of us. And I know seeing him and being told this is a new person who looks like Alaric is confusing. And I also understand why you may be distrustful of Altaic. And I can understand how that feels on the other end, too. Many of you served in the war, and that meant you faced other Warforged, like myself. And I know that not everyone understood or agrees with my kind being given or recognized as beings, as we were created for a different purpose. And I say that to say and just acknowledge that there are many of you here who likely held reservations about me or other Warforged as soon as the war was over. And I hope that through my actions, I have proven myself to you all. And I hope that you will find space in your hearts and in your souls to provide the same opportunity to Altaic, who is not Alaric and is also made from him. So he may seem familiar to you. I hear your concerns, and I ask for grace. and understanding.
Food. You may also make a persuasion check. If anyone else wants to say something.
Well, I guess I'll say my words now. I think Toad and Val, Captain Valerian, excuse me, covered most of it. I just would like to emphasize to you all that Alaric made a choice and a sacrifice. And he believed that Altaic was the right person to, well, carry on his will. And so if you don't believe in them right now, you can at least believe in Alaric. And that's what I'm choosing to do. I don't expect anyone on this crew to be all buddy-buddy from day one. But do keep in mind that, while we've seen a lot of weird stuff as we've gone throughout our mission, and this might be the weirdest thing yet. Might be the most uncomfortable thing we've seen yet. But that's what we signed up for, and we're all here to support each other in that. Just give it some time, and try to believe in us. I hope we haven't let you down yet, and we don't plan on letting you down in the future.
Go ahead and roll. I'll take. Any words? Or do you remain silent in this case?
I think that as he, if he's bidden to speak, he'll turn to face the rest of the crew. And yeah, it is this. It's this moment of like reading, those who are unsure, those who are like swayed by the words, those who are, outright perhaps like hostile or untrusting. He'll cast his eyes over those in attendance and say, the circumstances of my presence aboard the Dragonhawk or above the Red Saber are confusing and will take some time to unpack. I appreciate the opportunity afforded to me to prove myself through actions that I will serve, not as Alaric did, but in my own way, in a space that I have, earned in my work with you and in sharing the risks of our adventure together. Perhaps I hope that change will bring clarity.
Okay. I'd like you to also make me a persuasion check, but please make your roll with disadvantage, please.
Gotcha. 13.
Not bad.
I'm going to use inspiration. So do I roll both of them?
Yeah, you reroll both of them. You reroll at advantage or reroll with disadvantage.
And then it's control to do disadvantage? Alright, well, I'm gonna hold control. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, one better.
It's 14. Alright, well, that's fine. I'll keep 14.
Okay. Alright, so what you have been doing is using persuasion to attempt to convince the crew that this action was the right call. You started with a -5 modifier to your loyalty roll, which you're going to make a loyalty roll in a second rolling because you are the ship captain. So the -5 has been reduced to has been reduced to only a -2. So, what you will do now, Valerian, I need you to roll me 2d6 -2. That is a 9.
Ooh,
Okay.
it's really good.
That is a really good roll.
Damn.
5 and a 6.
We really rolled pretty good, guys.
Yeah, we did.
So there's a silence. And from the back, you hear a tall figure shout out. Strange Alaric, not Alaric, still fight, yes? Is good warrior, yes?
Right.
You know, you helped us out pretty well in the cavern. Yeah, I'd say so.
Dobrov looks at you, Altaic. You keep fighting for people, yes?
Yes.
Good enough for Dobrov. There is a head nod for a small camp of individuals. The more neutral camp seems to be on the fence until one of the guards says, "You're not going to stab us in the back in the middle of the night? You're not going to take over my mind? Or any of that weird stuff?" Someone elbows him. "I'm serious. I want to know."
I'm trying to figure out if it's a moment to crack a joke for Alec. I don't think so. I think it's I think it's a moment where, you know, when bidden to speak, you know, Alec will respond. No subtle knife. No intrusion in the mind. If you wish it, we can speak. But until otherwise, no, you know, there's no power, no weapon to be levied against the crew.
Yes,
As ever, as was Alaric's oath as an officer, and mine standing before you.
Well, he ain't an officer no more. Let me clarify that to everyone here. Altaic, Chief Gus begins, is a crew member just like anybody else according to the captain's orders. There will be a security guard on him until time permitted something changes for good or for bad. Captain has decreed this and it shall be so. We have eyes on if there is any issues. Gives you a long look. But I'm inclined to trust the will of the captain, as you should all as well. We will be alerting Ondarian officials of this decision, and the decision of continued participation ultimately lies in the leadership back home. So until ruling has been given, we shall comply with the captain's orders. Is that understood? The very militant side of the crew stiffens up and gives a resounding, "Yes, sir!" Chief Gus looks at you all, nods.
Can I get a little? I wanted to watch Gus, like as soon as like the interaction with Dobrov happened. Can I get a read on how he's feeling about the whole situation?
Chief Gus?
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll an insight check. Is anyone else doing the same?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Ooh,
I can read his mind. I'm channeling Altaic.
there you go.
Okay. I'll take, yeah, you're working on reading people. He seems stoic. Toad, you've had more of a deeper gauge of Chief Gus over the months and weeks you've been together. guys have been together for about 2 months. It's a long time in a deployed environment in a small contained area of a ship. Chief Gus does not like the scenario, but he is bowing to the will of his appointed officials over him, and he will not allow others to disrespect the will of the officer team, particularly the captain in charge. However, you know him well enough to know that he is an Ondarian loyalist to his core, and he just made a promise for you that you will report this action to Ondarian headquarters. And if they come back saying otherwise, or contrary to Valerian or yours decisions, he would act on the orders of Ondare over the orders of his captain. That's what you get with a natural 20.
Okay.
Ooh, layered.
Valerian, kind of getting a nod from Gus after he gave his little speech. Valerian will kind of loosen up a little bit, and he'll take out his sword, kind of chuck it down, so it sticks into the hole on the ground, and
Who perks up?
he'll say, "Listen, above everything else, are we not the best damn crew out here? We have the Brailers stood no chance against us when we were in Zurantir, is that right?"
Aye.
That's right. We went to Olaroon, we took care of Krath's people, we helped Tobrov,
Aye.
and we schooled the Carnathians on some nice little logistics of land. Isn't that right?
There's laughter that emits from the crew.
We are the best crew out here. Nothing's gonna change that. And every single one of you make that up.
Head nods. Roll me a 1d6. Good roll. So, because you rolled
Pretty good.
high on your loyalty check, your crew is motivated and is willing to follow you. As well, your loyalty score goes from 10 to 16. They retain the motivated demeanor that they've had. They're feeling empowered. And yeah, this guy is weird, but they support your decisions. You see it in their eyes that you've won them over.
Valerian will kind of step down, summon his sword back into his hand, sheath it, and he'll go, you'll find John, or really any of the crew members, and he'll say, okay, today you got me. Let's, show me how you do it every day. And I'll go to work with the crew.
Copy that, Cat. All right, let's work out the logistics of how we're going to do this. So...
Oh, one question. Are you going to make someone... Who are you going to make shipwright? Or is that something?
That is...
That was my question.
That
Also what I wanted to say.
is it... Go ahead.
I was gonna, well, whenever I was like, if we can rewind a little bit, I was like, giving the in thing. I'll also say, we're gonna leave the shipwright officer position vacant for now, but if you think you're a good fit, maybe we'll hear you out. Send your resume, your CV to Roland. Roland will take care of that stuff.
Roland's like, what?
Yeah.
Owen just
And,
shrugs. More paperwork for him.
Let us know. I think you got what it takes.
Okay. All right. Chief Gus will also follow up with that and turn to you quietly and say, boss, it may be prudent. I don't know how many we have within that can work on the technology of this boat. Technology's pretty new and advanced. It may be wise and prudent to, when we go back to Zurantir, see if Ondare has dropped off any secondary shipwrights that we may be able to snag. May be able to hire externally. It may be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually thinking about just even the gift if they had a good shipwreck, but yeah, I keep forgetting Ander's set up shop over there, so it's a good idea, Gus. It's a good idea, Gus.
All right, John. Captain's yours. Work him out. All right, Cap. You feeling in shape?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm limber.
All right, let me show you how to do this. You're gonna be fucking tired. As you work the riggings for an hour or two, as the crew begins to disperse and report back to either the Red Saber or the Dragonhawk based on their assignments dictated by Chief Gus. Okay, so you need 2 pilots if you're going to not drag along the hind ship, or you can. I'm assuming you guys are going to Zorantir, but you got options. You can go anywhere.
Yeah, we got dock at Zorantir, and I don't think we want to drag the ship. Take us a long ass time if we did, right?
Yeah, it doubles the time that you take. So but luckily you are only about a day out from Zorantir. Because this is right near the outlying of Zorantir, so it'll just stretch that to 2 days if you tow.
Yeah, I get the benefit of having a second ship, like for combat purposes, but logistically, like we go different speeds, and so it would ultimately just slow us down, and
Yeah.
we don't have enough crew for both ships.
You do not.
So I think
you are below the minimum manned crew on the Red Saber.
Yeah, I think we just. I mean, if Onder, I think, is probably gonna be interested in the technology of the ship.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I think maybe we tow it to Zorantir, and then Zorantir would kind of leave leave it. Maybe we strip it for salvage, or we leave it for later and come back. Maybe if we want to get another ship, if we have a good another Magister candidate.
Yeah. Just dock it for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, note of point here is the Red Saber is damaged.
We'll let the the bureaucrats decide what to do with the Red Saber.
True. If we want to come back for it, if we want another ship, then kind of do that. But my thinking is, if the Brailish and, well, I guess we haven't really seen Karnath, but if the Brailish have one ship, we can have one ship too. Oh no, we did see Karnath's ship too. Yeah, it was just one big ass ship, but it was a ship.
Yeah.
Big ass ship is a proper definition for it. You could fit 4 of your ships inside of that thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you guys heading out to Zorantir then?
Yes. So we go to
Zorantir.
Zorantir, but then do we want to go back to the Rings of Cerberus and go to the library to try to find? They have a scroll for Alric, or
Oh man, there's no way they have the scroll of true
there's
resurrection.
no
I can
shot
tell.
for sure. But
I was thinking more like some kind of historical, like maybe just someplace out in the cyberspace that has performed that kind of miracle before would be like the historical record we're looking for as far as that goes.
yeah, we could try to find some of those records at the library as well, right?
Yeah, it is sort of like this is a long shot situation though.
Yeah,
I
100%.
also think we should buy, if possible, some scrolls of a revivification. That way, we don't have to rely on a spell slot.
True.
You guys
Sure, that'll
certainly
help.
you can do that. Okay. So what are you guys doing in the 2 days that you're traveling to Zorantir?
Well, Toad's gonna grab Altair immediately after the meeting and be like, "I need your help," and bring him down to Mr. Blip and Bell.
Okay. All right, you do that while the crew is beginning to disperse. All right, you're brought down with your guard.
Yeah, I'll take joins, like kind of like sensing an urgency. I think it's a time.
Well, Mr. Blip was able to get Bell powered up again and running, but it does appear that a bond needs to be forged, and I don't know how to do that, and I don't know if it's possible, but if it is, I want to try so that Bell can stay with us.
And you're wearing the ring, correct?
Oh, Valerian is really struggling with the loss of Alaric, and so I gave the ring to him. Does it need to be bonded to whoever wears the ring?
I don't know, but I imagine that the signal may be strongest with his essence present, but perhaps his bond with you is sufficient. Let's see.
Let's try. And if I could convince Valerian, I think, to bond with Belle.
Sorry.
If necessary, but first we're gonna try, I think, without
him?
Without
Okay.
Valerian.
Okay. Alright. Altaic. Because this is a process that Alaric used during his life, I'm going to allow you to do an Arcana check to see what information you can glean about this process.
Gotcha. Okay, so this will be Arcana with a 1d4. It's 21.
So,
Yeah, this is him like, he still has like the toolkit available to him from Alaric. So like this is more, I suppose, like muscle memory and more reliant on his like reading of like the dragon shards, the bloodstone's power, and like resonance than it is like a more detailed like technical breakdown.
So, the way that it worked when you did it was you imbued some of your essence into the dragon shard that you inserted into Belle. That imbuement inside of Belle has broken, and only the fading power of the dragon shard is keeping Belle alive, for lack of a better term. With some effort, there may be a way for either Toad to imbue that dragon shard with their personal arcane signature and magic, or you can remove the dragon shard and attempt to fit another gem or crystal worth at least 100 gold into Belle. And it may be possible, with some practice time, for Toad to be able to bond with the with Belle.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's Altaic will describe the possibility of a replacement. This is a damaged bloodstone. Perhaps finding a replacement from Eberron, from Kyber, from any other location providing a similar crystalline power source. Perhaps we could replace it. There's some cost to it, but I imagine our coffers are not suffering.
We are rich as fuck.
You are.
Yeah.
Time to cash in.
Yeah.
We have so much gold, and still, I think, like a shit ton of purple worm.
On a salvage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And salvage.
You guys have
Purple
a lot
worm
of
just keeps paying for itself.
Purple worm,
Yeah,
man.
true.
Except for its venom. Just can't
Yeah, right.
can't make it work.
Dang it.
That was a really good idea last session. It was just unfortunate. I had to. Yeah, I would have been.
You know, aberration, right? It lives in a fucking dark cave. It makes sense.
Can I have some of the? Can I have Valerian have some of the purple worm toxin? I always forget that we have that, and
Yeah. You got a
just put it on my
pre-buff
sword
for the
and start
fight.
slashing people.
Yeah, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got several vials of that stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't pull over to Foundry, but let me see. I have oh shoot.
We've only used 2 vials so far. How many did we start with?
We sold some and then I've used some in alchemy. Like I used a couple in alchemy. We have 18 left.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So
you still need to figure out what those mushrooms are.
Yeah. But
That's
first I gotta save Belle.
Yeah.
I think hearing this from Altaic, we did pick up like a bag of gems at some point.
Did.
And so I'm sure we have a gemstone that's worth 100 gold. But I think Toad will just say, I don't care if Belle is combat ready. I just want her to be alive. So if using another gemstone will keep her here, and if it means that she can't come into combat, that's actually fine, because I was not going to take her into combat situations.
Well, I would be happy to help sort through the collection of gemstones and see if there's a suitable replacement. Yeah, there's like a hitch where it's like he has like an another idea, but he will he'll stop there.
Yeah, Toad, if you want to try to do this, you can. Are you attempting to bond Belle as a homunculus servant in the full capacity that Alaric previously had with Belle? Or are you attempting to... There's really the only option is that Belle is restored to their full capability, and it's a matter of choice whether or not you bring Belle into a combat environment. But they will still have, assuming that this works, they'll still have the connection that can be built upon.
Okay.
So if you want to do it wherever you guys keep your bag of money, wherever you guys track that, go ahead and minus out and tell me what kind of stone you get your hands on.
A cool one.
Could we say there's like a moss agate in the gemstones? I know it's not really a gemstone, but it's kind of gemstone-y.
I'll
Give me a
allow it.
gemstone in this universe.
I'll allow it. Okay. So this is gonna have to be quick, and you're really only gonna get one shot at this, because as soon as you pull the dragon shard out, Belle's going to immediately begin to almost disappear. So Altaic, are you assisting Toad in this maneuver?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I would like you to roll me one more Arcana check.
Okay. Then with 1d4.
Okay. That's 17.
Yes.
So, Toad, you get a +2 to your Arcana check to attempt to bond Belle to you as a permanent companion and homunculus servant. The DC is 16. You may roll when ready.
Okay. Can I, do I have time to quickly tap myself and cast
You do.
Enhance ability on myself?
Yes, you do.
Amazing. Okay, so I'll roll with advantage.
You knew what was coming, so yes.
Oh, good thing.
Oh.
Okay. So describe to us how you imbue Bell and if there's any characteristics that change.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think that the way Toad infuses their essence with Bell is I think they pull Bell completely like into their lap as they sit on the floor. They reach in and pull out the dragon shard. And I think that they slice their palm like on the woody part, and like a sappy, oily mixture comes out. It's how Toad bleeds. And they drip that onto the dragon shard. And I think they're just so focused on keeping Belle here and keeping Belle safe and knowing that that is just another connection to Alaric, but that, it's just important. I think that Toad's this is very important to Toad, and so they're very focused on it. And then how does Belle change? I think Belle looks mostly the same, but I think that they maybe sprout a few vines like that have flower blooms on them, and maybe become a little rustier and more bronze, kind of more looking made of a similar metal to Toad in that way.
Okay. Belle's life force begins to build. It drops to 0 and then it begins to build up. And as you are not an artificer, the life force that you can imbue into a mechanical construct is limited. So you can inherently understand that Belle is significantly weaker in life force than she once was. But the strength that she does have remains steady as your bond and connection to Belle links. And you now are the technical owner of a homunculus servant known as Belle. Mechanically, Belle has 2 hit points.
It's okay. Belle is baby and will stay on the ship always.
Okay.
It's a Cooper situation.
Yeah, like Cooper, like, if he dies, like, he's not really dead. So I think Toad still doesn't want him to get hurt, but is like a little more understanding that like that's how the magic works. But
Yeah,
with Belle, this is a physical being that Toad would kill everyone to protect.
it's a lot harder to replace Belle.
True.
Mm-hmm. You can, however, now revive Belle should they become injured. However, you would need to cast the mending spell, which if you don't have, you'd have to find someone to do.
I know that one.
I imagine Toad just always running up to Rick. Rick, please.
Well, again, what?
I tripped going up the stairs.
Oh, that's right. You only got 2 hit points.
Mr. Blip also has it if needed, so as a secondary option for you. Okay, that's what happens immediately after the crew meeting.
Yeah, I think Alteg like flinches a little bit at like the instinct to like deepen that connection with like the oil or like the vital essence of Toads to make this connection. concrete. You know, I think there's like a small whisper of just like, I was like, that is, and that was a crucial insight. But why did it come to you?
I think. Does Altaik say that out loud, or is that more to? I think Toad says, I don't know. I've seen, other people use their blood, and people say life force. I don't know. I understand the concept that I might have a soul, but I don't really know what it feels like to touch it or know it. So something physical, like I don't know what else to call it, but blood. It just made the most sense.
Yeah, and there's just kind of like a marvel at. Do they like radiate the same energy? Like does Toad also have like elements of like the like light shining through moss? Agate? Agate? I don't know how to.
I don't know.
Yeah, agate. There you go.
I don't actually know either. I think it's agate, but I'm not sure.
I think it's agate.
Yeah,
I think Toad, spent a lot of time in the wilderness before meeting up with Val and Aaron, and so I think Toad really didn't do a lot to like take care of themselves, like physically, as far as like keeping themselves like clean. And so I imagine that like parts of like Toad's body have taken on like maybe not rust, but like that dulling of like dirty metal, and some of the
A veneer, maybe.
yeah, and some of the wood maybe has like gotten a little mossy from being in damp areas, and so I think in that way it's very like moss agate-y, like belt.
I can look up moss agate.
Moss agate.
Very pretty.
I thought it made also like thematic sense.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love it. Okay. I will mechanically reflect your sheet to show a homunculus servant and the rules that apply to that. You'll get the stat block, but we'll worry about that later. Okay. As that right moment occurs, Rick, Valerian, you standing on the deck as the crowd begins to shuffle away. Chief Gus kind of pulled Valerian to the side, and Valerian seems to be wanting to run up with John. Rick, what are you doing?
That's a good question. I can't think of anything specifically Rick is doing right now.
Okay, that's fine.
I think he'd like to get to know oh god, what's his name?
Altaik?
There we go. I kept saying, like, I keep, man,
also
it's
forgot.
harder than you think.
Yeah.
My goodness.
They sound similar enough that it's
Yeah.
a mental hit. Yeah.
I was thinking Altaric, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Altaik.
I was saying that for a while. I actually wrote that into the game.
He did. I had to double check and make sure that that was an intentional change. It was not.
All right, yeah. I think Rick would like
It
to
might
know
make
Altaik.
it might make sense to like nickname it at a certain point of like Alt. Yeah.
Alt C.
Yeah.
Alt C.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, I think Rick would like to get to know Altaik on like their own time. So nothing to do right now.
Okay. All right. So you all begin to make your way back to your designated ships. It's the morning time. We're getting ready to fly out. So Val, you're on the Dragonhawk. Altaic and Toad are on the Red Saber. Rick, are you also getting on the Red Saber? Because once you start moving, you can't swap.
I'm gonna stay on the Dragonhawk.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anybody doing anything day one?
I think Valerian is just kind of any free time that I have, I'm dedicating to training Phantom.
Okay. Something to get your mind off everything.
Oh,
wow.
you know what though? Speaking of training, Rick would like to get some longsword training from Val as well.
Ooh.
How we adjudicate this, mechanically? It's up to you, GM.
Mm-hmm. So it's a proficiency in it's a longsword, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I only have proficiency in simple weapons, so obviously longsword does not count.
Yeah, so you'd have to learn. It is possible for you to teach Rick to become proficient in that one weapon because you're an expert and you're proficient. It's not going to be a fast process.
Yeah.
I'm going to say you can gain half proficiency in. I'm gonna make this easy. So you can get half proficiency in a full rest, so like a 10-day.
Okay.
And then to get full proficiency with a longsword, you need to spend. You're not one to really use weapons in general. You're a spellcaster, right?
Yeah. It was necessary last time. It's just more so because I want to take advantage of the tag team between me and Val, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think I'm just trying to think of a fair way to do this. I will say, let me look at D&D info so I can find some examples. How about this? Let me give you the basics right now. It's a 10-day to get half proficiency. I'll make a note to come up with some formal ruling on full proficiency.
Yeah, by no means do we have to figure this out now.
Yeah. Gotcha. I'll have that to you.
We can just get the ball rolling in universe.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Okay. What else we got, guys?
Toad is going to spend some time researching the shards for any information about any of the creatures that we encountered on the asteroid and/or the church temple sword.
Okay. So I will tell you right away, no roll required, that there's no information on the church/sword.
Okay.
But we can do a roll on the aberrations that you encountered. I believe you roll those with advantage.
Yep.
This is all day one. As you guys are beginning to transition through cyberspace back to Zerantir.
The heck? Sorry.
No, you're fine. All right, so with the 17, there's been a decent amount of speculation on these aberrations because they were the first hostile life form that was encountered by Ondarian researchers. So speculation has been kind of going pretty wild with this stuff. Aberrations in general, there is records of them in Eberron specifically, and obviously we're seeing evidence of them in the wider cosmos. They inherently deal with the twisting and corruption of a mind or body, right? That is fundamentally what they are. They are corruption of what once was. There has, in previous discussions of researches on this topic that Valerian did, there is the symbiotic relationship that some dwarves have created with them, accepting part of the corruption in order to fight a greater evil. But the long-term effects of that are relatively unknown because those dwarves are usually the deepest in the mountain, and two, their attrition rate is that they don't survive long. But it may not be necessarily due to the aberrations themselves. What other information are you wanting to know from the shards? What information are you trying to glean? Weaknesses, resistances, or something else?
Weakness resistance would be good, and also, though, I think specifically any mention of the name Talai.
Okay.
If there's anything in there. I have a long shot, but like,
yeah.
just in case.
No, there's no mention of a creature known as Talai, but there is previous discussions of the type of creature that is Talai, which is known as an aboleth,
Okay.
and they are known as nasty creatures who have wiped out. There's been forces sent to dispatch previous aberration layers back on Eberron, including an aboleth during the last war, and multiple squadrons of forces needed to be sent in to deal with the threat. They're rated as a highly dangerous target. They're particularly resistant to psychic interference because they conduct it themselves, and they deal a lot with the mind, which you've experienced. The enslavement effect has been recorded to the point where they've dealt with insider agents who were enslaved, but only attacked until after they retreated, causing secondary destruction in the ranks. And there's discussions on different types of potential remedies to their mucus that is left on soldiers.
Cool.
Yeah, aberrations inherently are mostly bad. There's few niche scenarios of them being used in harmony to some degree of effect, but overall they're seen as a threat whenever they're encountered, and they're usually eliminated.
Well, we've got one example of an aberration that was helpful, I guess.
True.
We can start writing the textbook, to be honest.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
A journal written by our preeminent Xenobot archaeologist.
Co-author an actual aberration.
I imagine Toad like records like an interview style with Altaic.
Very Interview with a Vampire. Yeah, you would understand that this is not an opportunity that has been allowed or possible before. The secrets of the symbiotic relationship in Moor Holds with the dwarves is a tightly guarded secret.
Okay, cool.
What else are you guys doing over these next 2 days?
I think Altaic will be like handling like the final loose ends of like Alaric's specific possessions.
Okay.
And then like getting re-equipped, like I imagine the armor is already like stored away.
The specific armor that Alaric used?
Alaric, yes. But then, he still has like the fine clothes of like expected, like the Decanith, the house signet ring, identification papers, and the brimstone flail. at this juncture.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's like a, I don't know if there's like an armory or something where like he makes, you know, where he visits to essentially, you know, put this
Yeah, it would.
in storage.
I would
and
say it
also,
would be
like,
on the cargo deck. Yeah.
got, you know, he'll also make like a requisition request, I suppose, for like a crystal or a wand, far less expensive than that of the dragon shard, but as like an arcane focus.
That request lands on Valerian's desk. Do you approve or disapprove that request, Captain?
I approve it, yeah.
Okay. So there you go, Altair. You are given your arcane focus.
I think
Fucking wizard Harry.
yeah, with this crystal, I think he then, you know, what kind? Actually, sorry, I forgot to ask. What kind of quarters does he have now?
So
Like,
you
what are his expectations of like privacy?
There is a guard right now. There is a guard outside your door 24/7, and you cannot lock your door.
Yeah.
The privacy that you get is, I'm going to say, very little. I'm going to say that you, most of the time, will have your door open. Lila will particularly open your door. She's not staring at you every 10 seconds, but the door is open. And, like, if she hears movement, she might just, like, glance over to see what's going on. So if you're trying to do something out of sight of her, it's possible. Or one of the other guards. You just... Yeah, that's kind of the scenario you're in.
Gotcha.
I'll also
Okay.
say that Cooper or Toad are always near Altaic. I think
Gotcha.
you've got like a little shadow. I think Toad's maybe worried people are gonna do something.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, there's a moment as he holds this crystal where he like remembers Toad having bonded with Belle. And like there's like a thought where he'll like prick his thumb. But I think for now he just, you know, like stows it away in a pouch. And will essentially do his perform his duties, like just diligently try to like learn the role as best as possible. I think that'll be what he focuses on during this time.
Got it. Okay. What else are you all doing? We'll get to Zarant here, and then we'll start winding down for this session. What else are you guys doing in these 2 days? Okay.
I got nothing.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's only 2 days, so that's fine. All right. So you all travel the 2 days from the outskirts of Zarantir and tow in the Red Saber. When you get into altitude, you cannot tow a ship. So, Toad, will you be piloting the ship down to the monastery?
Oh my gosh. Valerian wouldn't like it. Toad let Altaic drive. So Toad will drive, yeah.
Okay. You don't need to spend any spell slots. You can link to the helm. But you get the distinct impression that if you use spell slots to further power the ship, you could make it do different things. So you both of your ships come in out of altitude, and you see 2 familiar Gith squid ships patrolling around the monastery. Things seem relatively quiet as you dodge. You see below the monastery the roiling storms of the chaos moon of Zarantir. But you were above the storms, and you managed to make your way in to the port at the monastery.
Yeah, how's Zarantir look now, by the way?
Zarantir looks just as chaotic as ever.
Okay.
Yeah, the cloud cover makes it hard to kind of see below ground, or see below the cloud cover. But the monastery looks to be in the exact same shape. There seems to be more activity, not just Gith, but you see Ondarian personnel moving around outside and inside.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if they like built out of the port or something, or they have like a visitor center.
No, they haven't built a visitor center. They had significant amount of port space. It's more like the port is being used more than it was before. Most of it was empty before. It seems now to have more activity. There's more ships in there. You see more Gith walking around. Yeah, there was only like 3 ships in there before. There's like 6 ships now, all in different areas of repair. And you see more crew and more activity in general.
Okay.
So there is a contingency of Ondarian people here, as representatives and kind of just admin workers, but you also see some Ondarian folks working with the Gith on the ships. And you're able to get the basic refueling, not refueling, but restocking of like food and supplies free of charge.
Yeah.
You guys re-up on your food and water and your ammo and repair materials. And your distiller, your distillery equipment, which is very important for the, the nation of Ondare to keep you. Yeah, it's a build expense that Ondare covers. Mm-hmm. So you guys get to fill it for free here.
That recipe Toad got from, gosh, what was his name?
Someone from Zorantir?
No. The crocodile guy?
Lockjaw LeBrun.
The recipe Toad got from Lockjaw, does it require special ingredients or can I make that anytime?
I believe you... Did I send it to you?
I don't think so.
I think it does. He gave you the beginnings of Hero's Feast, which is a spell.
Okay.
So I would say that... I don't know if Hero's Feast is on the Druid list.
I don't think so.
Let me look real quick. I'm pulling it up. It is not. It is available for clerics and druids. So, he gives you the beginnings of this spell that you can start to learn.
Okay.
The way that the recipe that he gives you cuts down on some of the costs, and he has some notes in there about potentially improving it over time. So whenever you do get to the level of being able to cast Hero's Feast, instead of costing 1,000, it only costs 500. And then Blup situation, you may be able to work on it and improve it a little bit more. That's what Lockjaw gave.
Okay, but I can't use it until I get access to 6 normal spells.
I would say yes, without further working on it in a downtime capacity. Everything can be upgraded in a downtime capacity.
I imagine that kind of manifests as Toad, like, trying and failing many times to make, like, heads or tails of Lockjaw's recipe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it probably, I don't know, measurements are probably, like, in abstract.
Yeah.
Like...
a pinch.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
like,
he does the great thing where he's just like, these 3 ingredients, but no measurements whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
dash a spot, just...
Yeah.
Like, no idea of ratio. So I imagine that Toad probably, like, subjects everybody to really bad feast regularly.
Yeah. Okay. You guys arrive on Zorantir. You have the resources available. You are at the monastery. Zephyr goes off and kind of does his thing while you're in port. He kind of links back up with his gift leadership and kind of just gives them a rundown of what he's seen, what's been happening, how it went when they deployed the 2 gift ships, all that jazz. What are you guys doing?
We got to look for a a new shipwright.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So you head to the leadership that is on station. It's a simple clerk. There's no dedicated officer. They're to be brought in the next transition of the Wind Sailor, which will be coming in about a week. So they don't have anyone of full shipwright officer capability that they can spare. However, they do have an assistant shipwright who knows his way around, who can help in a pinch, who can be redeployed and tasked onto the Dragonhawk.
Not as good as Alaric, but I guess I'll have to do.
Yeah, just a placeholder for now.
Yeah.
So, an old half-elf, and half-elves already look young, so this guy's old, strides onto your ship with his pack in hand. Let me get his token. The hell did this shit?
Oh wait, did anybody on the ship actually try to submit
So-
an application?
Why?
Yeah, so Mr. Blip threw his name in, but you all know that putting him down as your shipwright would negate his role as a blacksmith, and it wouldn't work.
Gotcha.
Is there a blacksmith on
Yeah.
Zorandir instead of a shipwright?
That's a good question.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of this old elf guy.
Yeah, what do you guys want? So I've got a shipwright ready to board. Do you guys want to wait a couple days to see if they can find a blacksmith?
No, I don't think if it's gonna take a couple days. I don't think it's worth waiting.
The
As long
old
as this guy can repair the ship, keep it running.
crotchety man known as Armos boards your ship.
Armos.
I just added his token to the ship. I will always, for everyone, display. Let me re-add him. Armos can do the gig. He's proficient and knows the technology. That's the biggest limfac, is knowing the technology of your specific ships is a lot harder than, say, finding someone in the world for the Red Saber. So Armos comes in, reports to the captain's office. Captain, Assistant Shipwright Armos reporting for duty, sir.
Well, welcome to the crew. We'll need you.
All right.
You yeah. How long have you been out off of Eberron?
I've been off Eberron about 3 weeks now.
How you liking it?
It's a good sunshine, but yeah, it's part of the gig.
See any weird stuff?
Kind of like gestures to the monastery.
Yeah.
Strange
Well-
company, but I go where they tell me.
Buddy, if you think that's strange, just get ready.
All right.
Stick around a little bit, and you'll really see.
All right. I'll start my inspections now. Anything else to
Hey,
pass
you gotta
on?
watch out for the Chewingas, by the way. We gotta tell you about those guys.
They unionized.
Hey, you let them
Yeah, and you
fucking
should-
unionize. Ugh.
We didn't let them. It was a mutual agreement. It's called collective bargaining, all right?
It is cool. They have the means of production at this.
Yeah, you know, when workers work together, we all win, all right?
That's right.
Well, let's hope they're as helpful as they were before. All right. Anything else I need to know before I begin? Jeff
Well,
looks over at you.
should certainly meet Oak Blossom. You should introduce yourself to her before you go poking around.
Yeah, before you go poking around.
I think also Toad has, as we've docked, Toad has cast like Crater Destroy Water to like make it rain on Oak Blossom as per our previous conversation.
Oh yes. Oh yes. She is looking moisturized, nourished. Some might say be daring to bold to say snatched. Armos gestures, says, Lady Oak Blossom? Shipwright? I hope that you are as proficient as our last shipwright. That begs a great question, Cap. May I inquire as to what occurred to the last shipwright? Any risks that I should be aware of?
Nothing with the job, no. Last shipwright died.
Unrelated to shipwright duties, for the record.
Unrelated to shipwright dude. That's right.
Off the ship. Yeah, it's not on the ship.
That
Yeah,
is...
he was also
Hey.
he was also part of the ground team for the operations, so you know
Yes.
you won't be doing that.
that you answered all the questions I needed to know. Well,
Dangerous ship.
I'll conduct my initial report, and before we set out, I'll let you know the condition of the ship.
Perfect.
All right.
I think you would like this guy named Gus. You should go meet with him.
Yeah.
You got a very similar voice to him, actually.
He might be from the same area I'm from. Let's go chat.
Yeah.
All right. So you have a shipwright. Mechanically, he's not going to be as good as Alric, but he will. Who was unreplaceable? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What else are you guys doing on Zarantia? Are you guys getting more crew here? General crew?
Do we need
anything?
Yeah. What do you guys want to do? Yeah. Do you want to leave the Red Saber in the hands of Ondair to determine the disposition? That's probably what Ondair would want you to do.
Well, it'd be a nice little gift for them. It's like, hey, look what we did. Took out the pirates in the area. Asterisk. There's aberrations, but don't worry about that. And we got their ship.
Okay. The clerk who's running this, I guess we're figuring out how to handle another ship in the fleet. All right. I will pass the message along. Anything else that I need to pass along in our outgoing messages to Ondair?
Yes, there is actually, and
Chief Gustus staring all
yeah. I will inform them of our new crewmate and the story of Alric.
Yeah, the passing of one crewmate and the addition of another.
Okay. That is in the form of a recorded crystal. And so you can dock one of those recorded crystals from your inventory. If you want to re-up, they have some here, Toad. As a xenoarchaeologist, you have access to those supplies, but don't take more than 25.
I only have 43 left. I feel like I should get 7 more to have an even 50.
Okay. That's easy enough. You get a small crate and take them with you. All right. So you submit your findings to the clerk to be distributed back to Ondair. You'll get a response eventually.
Eventually.
Okay. All right. So you've passed off the issue of the Red Saber, so you get your crew back. Unless you are trying to get more crew, I will say that you guys are not at full capacity. My memory serves, you guys have... I think you guys have, like, 30, maybe? Let me look. Let me do some quick maths here.
Did we start with, like, we have the crew we started with, so I guess we took off with less crew than... Not that we
You
need.
currently have 77 on the ship. I stand corrected. And your total capacity is 80. So do you guys want any more? Do you want any specific individuals? And if you guys want to... Here, how about this? I'll leave this question up to after I do the Bastion stuff. So if you guys want to try to get some specialists, you guys can make that decision outside of play.
Okay.
Okay. And I also will say there's a likely chance I'll do some thinking about it after this session. There's a likely chance you lose some crew members, but I'll let you guys make that. I'll let you have all that information, and this will be a point that we can revisit out of session.
I can't think of anything I want to add.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. What? So are we taking? What's happening with the Red Saber currently?
Right now, the immediate thing that they can do before giving further orders is repair it. So they're going to repair it. They're going to clean it up and make it somewhat serviceable. Ondair will make the determination of what it's utilized as. And they'll circle back with you on the final fate of the Red Saber.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're not towing it. Are we planning on taking it with us?
No, I think we're leaving it here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for now. But if we want to come back and get like a extra ship, you know, when we have a pilot for it, be perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe if we want to go and raid that asteroid again, we might need that shit.
Yeah. Do we want to do any upgrades? Are we in a position to do any upgrades now that we have Arden like...
You're in a dry dock, so this is the best place to do it. Yeah, I mean, you guys can talk about it now. I think we're at a good point, actually, to kind of pause this session, and
Yeah.
kind of if there's any logistical stuff that we want to do like that, we can do it out before next session. Does that sound good to you guys?
Sounds good to me.
All right, so you all refuel, get at least one new crew member, consolidate. I'll take is back on the Dragonhawk. A sense of familiarity, but unfamiliarity at the same time. And the immediate looming question mark over your newest crew member has been somewhat revolved. We shall see what comes of this later as we end tonight's session, and we'll see what happens next week.
Yeah, next week's gonna be interesting. What's the plan? Like, what are we gonna do?